And with a push of the button, we are live. Hello, Internet, and welcome to Land Beyond the Mist. I believe this is session 9 of the new campaign. Pretty excited to get back into it. It's been a little bit of time since our last session. About a week, usually is, but I don't know, feels like I'm ready to go. So I'm gonna stop talking here and let our players go around and introduce themselves so we can get into game here. I'm just gonna go in order that I see you on the Discord call. So let us start here with King Lyoko. Welcome back to the Miss. Go ahead and give yourself an introduction and tell us about your character you brought to the table.
Sure. So I have stuck with Monsignor Mortimer, who I somehow managed to keep alive. And he is a cleric of an unknown deity from far off the mainland. Nobody cares around here. They have their own deities that we still know nothing about, but one day I'm sure. Anyway, so Monsignor Mortimer is traveling around the land of Mist, or the land beyond the Mist, rather, in search of coin, like everybody. He wants to finance his project to obtain more sensitive crystal lenses so that he can view what he believes are mini monsters hidden within droplets of water.
Excellent. I am excited to see the furthering of your research into micro monsters out here in the Mist. Welcome back. That will bring us over to Zymox. Welcome back. Sorry about your character last session. Why don't you introduce us to who's coming to replace him here?
Today I'm bringing Onye to the table. He's from across the sea there, like maybe somewhere between Golden Oasis and Rustport.
Oh, okay.
He's a war cleric. He's determined to fight what he considers his war against, whatever is really out in the darkness. And so he's here to go out into the darkness and find that and to take war to it. And to maybe try to make a little money on the way and head back home and start his own little farm on the coast, because there ain't much else where you can farm, really.
All right. Well, excellent. A noble pursuit, the little farm on the coast. Hopefully he will be able to finance that in the future.
Oh.
All right. That brings us over to Sean. Welcome back to the stream, man. Good to see you as always. Why don't you tell us a little bit about who you brought to the table today?
Yeah, so I'm playing Aidan Wild. He is a bit of a hick, but maybe an Anglo-Saxon hick, someone from a village from down south in the kingdom. His village has unfortunately been overrun by marauding bands of lycanthropes, which has forced the town to village to move into a nearby town. So he's come up to the Mist in search of magical weapons so he can go back down and rid his area of these the horrid were-rats, which are constantly assaulting his people.
All right. Well, hopefully you will gain enough strength to get some vengeance for your people. And last but certainly not least, we have a newcomer to the Mist, Vessel. Welcome. Always fun to play with new people. Why don't you introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about the character you brought to the table?
Hi, I am Vessel, 43. I'm making a character called Moji. He's a barbarian who he's a half orc, and he's a pretty calm, chill dude, but he has had this rivalry with trees that no one knows about. So back in his home village, there were these trees, and he would just chop them down. And one day they began to attack some of the fellow orcs and humans in the area. And being a half orc, he's like, well, I like both of them, so I'm going to take care of this. And his mother and his father was a woodsman. His mother was just an orc, and then they imparted upon him the wisdom of how to kill these trees properly. So he brings axes and spears to somehow kill trees. So that is his mission in life right now.
I love it. That is so good. All right. Well, good luck on your mission against trees. You've come to the right part of the world. There are forests everywhere. You'll probably be walking through some yourself. Excellent.
Oh, yes, you will.
So, I believe it was Monsieur Mortimer, who brought this ragtag group together and chose a mission for them. So, as we get started here, Mortimer, why don't you tell us how you got this group together, how you convinced them to join you, and tell us why this mission has spoken to you and you've undertaken it.
Sure. So, Mortimer simply picked up the mission from the notice board, right? That's where they're often posted.
Okay.
Now for this specific mission, he was interested in getting to see a bit more of the lands beyond the Mist, because so far He had really been only in the Rhymeview area, and going to Shallow Rest, well, that's quite the journey. A dangerous journey, but a journey that is hopefully exciting and fruitful. And so he sort of advertised this around the tavern as, a way to make a solid chunk of coin for, hopefully reasonably safe danger. We're not specifically going to kill anything. We just need to make sure we don't get killed ourselves and make it there on time. So, and it's also a way for other people to go and see more of the land beyond the mist.
Excellent. Well, you have some fine respondents here to your request. So you gather around the tavern and have agreed to do this mission to deliver a letter to the far-off town across the bay. It is a stormy time here in Rhymeview and across the Shrouded coast. The bay is filled with thunderclouds and roiling waves. Most of the shipyard is inside the harbor itself, and the taverns and city are bustling with sailors and ship hands, and just is full to busting with all of these normally hardworking folks out in the bay or across the islands, but they are stuck up here in town. It is a loud and ruckus place. Water comes pouring down the sides of buildings and side streets as you collect yourselves to get ready to travel out across the bay. Is there any preparations or things that you would like to take care of here in Rhymeview before you head off on your journey, or are the four of you ready to just head out and get this underway?
Well, I mean, obviously, we need to learn a bit more about what our job actually is, right? We can't deliver a letter if we don't have the letter.
Very important observation, yes. So, you will seek out the kind of head of the Whitewater Merchant Council. These guys we haven't really seen in play before to this point. And so they are not down in the kind of residential district where we've seen some of these other guild halls. They are down on the docks themselves. You make a trip through the kind of open streets, water pouring down on you from the heavy rainstorms. As you look through Rhymeview here, you will find eventually the harbor master himself. His name is Orok Davenport, and you know him to be the highest ranking member of the Whitewater Merchant League inside of Rhymeview. He is an imposing orc that rumors say started as a mere deckhand and worked his way up on the great sailing ships of the Merchant League. He has a full coat, hat, big insignia across his breast. He has large tusks that kind of curl up around his head and are polished and kind of painted to be kind of gleaming in the colors of the guild. He has a wide-brimmed hat on now that is kind of like being pulled down by the weight of the water as he bids you inside. As you approach and tell him that you are looking for the job of delivering the letter, he pulls out from his breast pocket a fine silk embossed kind of letter that is sealed with wax in the imperial seal of the Imperium of Man, and in kind of a deep, like, booming voice that he's suppressing, says, "This is a task of utmost importance. The ships would normally sail directly to where it needs to be. Thus, we are willing to pay 100 gold coins for the delivery of this letter. I have been told that it is of time-sensitive nature, the contents, and it must be delivered to the Queen herself. Not an attendant, not a merchant or someone of high regard, but the Queen must receive the letter. We will get word of your success and pay you upon safe return. But should you need some funds, I would be willing to front you 15 gold coins to make sure that your preparations see themselves well underway."
That would be much appreciated, sir. Certainly it's a long and, well, let's be honest, an expensive journey to travel overland compared to via ship.
Indeed. Sadly, the storms in the region have caused a bit of trouble in that regard.
If you might permit my imposition for a second, can I ask if this task is indeed so important, and this knowledge has to be transmitted so rapidly. Can we expect anyone upon our route that might be anticipating the travelling of this letter and may attempt to intercept us, steal the letter, get a hold of this information? Is there anyone that we need to be worried about in this regard?
I suppose it is possible if there were spies amongst the network and the Merchants League. I am not so naive as to believe that is impossible. However, I would hope that the nature of this letter was concealed well enough to be free of prying eyes. But I would be prepared nonetheless. There are dangerous things out there, and definitely those who would wish to harm the interests of the Imperium as well.
All right. Well, one other thing I might ask of you, and to no further expense of the Merchants Guild, would be a letter of safe conduct, a letter of introduction, because I am certain that the guards at the Queen's Palace...
He shows you the Imperial seal upon the letter, that is kind of just like keeping it closed, and says, "This should be introduction enough.
Understood,
Few, if
sir.
none, bear the seal of the Imperium up here. To see it placed in wax, unbroken, should be enough to find you audience in Shallow's Rest."
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, in that case, the only question then is, do you know anything of the dangers that lie through that region? I know that along the land route, it's a more heavily forested area. The elves and the fae are sure to be in more abundance, correct?
He shakes his head. "I am a sailing man. I could tell you of the currents, the navigation of the stars, the dangers of the beasts of the sea, the pirates and their whereabouts. I know precious little of the way through the forest."
It matters
Fair
not, fair cleric. If a portal to the infernal plane should open up, I'll keep you safe. Don't worry about it, mate. I've got your back.
I think in that regard, I would be more suited for the task, but I appreciate it.
You haven't seen how good I am with a hammer.
All right, I look forward to it. Well, we shall be off then, Sir Davenport. Thank you for the opportunity. And we shall conduct this letter to the Queen, post-haste.
The half-orc kind of, or not half-orc, this is a full-blooded, like, 7-foot tall orc, nods in approval, and kind of sweeps open his arm as if, bidding you fair passage and fair leave of the tent. As you turn to go, he kind of claps Emoji on the shoulder and says, "It is good to see our people well represented in this task."
Moji nods and is like, "Your tusks are amazing. One day I will have them as well."
Make it back. I will share with you my tusk care routine.
Oh, please do.
Excellent.
Give us the 15 gold.
Yes, and he will count
Alright,
out 15
wonderful.
gold pieces for you as you turn to leave, as a front of your costs for the expedition.
I need to buy one of the medical kits or the first aid kit, whatever it's called. The 5 gold piece one that weighs 3 pounds. I don't know
Yeah,
how you
absolutely.
spell it. Yeah.
Despite the rain, the merchant stalls are still open. Their cries are, a little bit muffled by the peal of thunder out in the bay, but here at the docks, merchants never stop, and there's always a need for some kind of gear. Waterlogged and soaked, you can find your way to a nice merchant kit. You haggle, but they seem less interested in haggling these days with the rain coming down, and you fork over the gold pieces and buy yourself a medical kit.
I'm ready, I think.
All right. Yes, I have just measured out how long it will take us and how much we will need to buy.
All right. Well, speaking of, let us move over to our map here. So we will enter our travel phase as you head out from not the Mossy Cove, from Rhymeview all the way to Shallow's Rest. So we are going to talk about travel. The first thing that I need you to do is select a destination. We already know where that is. It is going to be Shallow's Rest all the way across the cove. I suppose we need the stream to be able to see Shallow's Rest. I suppose we will make the map a little bit less zoomed in so that they can get that whole
For their sake,
thing.
I am
Yeah, I count
marking
21
out the
and a
route
half hexes.
again.
Yeah.
I imagine we're just hugging the coast. This is the easiest way to say it.
Mhm.
Do we want to go over to? There's a little lake in the dark green section with the ruins, or do we want to bypass that via the coast?
Let's go around the coast, I think.
Yeah,
Alright.
coast. Yeah.
We have a letter to the queen. We probably should just get it to her.
Cool.
It might be
So
important.
then, what I've marked out, I don't know if you guys can actually see that at all. It might just be on my end, but it's 21 tiles.
That is a good route.
I counted
Okay.
21 and a half, considering shallow rest to be like on the edge of one. But it's, it's 21, 21 and a half. Same difference.
All right.
Yeah.
I like the bickering over half a tile. That's gonna be good.
I got it. Yeah.
Alrighty. So that is 5 days. Plus an extra tile is going to be 6 days at 4 per. Or it could be less or more depending on the mode of travel that you would like to choose. So the next choice that I need you to make is how you are going to go. Currently, the options available are walking or riding over land, buying enough horses and resources to have kind of a forced ride quickly. Sailing is actually off the table as the storms have rendered that unmanageable, or caravanning across the plain or across the forests, as you will.
So yeah, we've actually talked about this at length in our group, and we've realized that going into a more dangerous, like I had mentioned to Sir Davenport, this darker green area of the map, if I understand correctly, is home to a more like dense concentration, more like unknown concentration of like elves and fae and whatnot than the normal forests around Rhymeview. Is that a correct understanding?
Yeah, definitely.
So we were thinking it's probably the smarter option, even if it takes a little bit longer, to caravan our way there.
Okay. So, caravanning will cost 5 gold pieces per character to rent the oxen, rent the caravan, get yourself set up and, sign the waivers. It will grant you +5 to all of your travel checks while caravanning, but your speed will be reduced to 3 hexes per day, bringing us to a base travel time of 7 days.
And so if we have oxen and whatnot, do we need to worry as much about the item weight? I am a bit confused.
No, the item weight you can pack onto this caravan. Absolutely.
Okay, wonderful. Because
yeah.
I was worried we might have to go to 8 or 9 days because of that.
No, part of the benefit of buying the caravan is they will be able to haul a tremendous amount of weight. So basic provisions, the weight you can just load up on that caravan. All right, excellent. So I need you to pay the prerequisite gold pieces for the caravan.
My last 5 gold.
Last 5 gold. All right. And then I will have you assign travel roles. For those that haven't played with us before, the travel roles are the provisioner, the scout, the guide, and the lookout. The provisioner will be in charge of making sure you have food and water and rations and all that good stuff along the way. The scout is going to make sure that you get where you're going. They're going to make sure you stay on track. The guide is going to make sure that the terrain you're going over isn't rough or exhausting, or you don't run into, pit traps or whatever else might be out there. And the lookout makes sure that you don't get ambushed or surprised. Who is going to be taking which role here amongst us?
Guide.
We had figured that out ahead of time, so I think the guide is first, and that was... Who is it now? Yes.
So Onye wants to be our guide. Excellent.
So I believe that my wanderer background affects the guide thing, right?
I believe that is true. Let me double check our feature changes, just so that I am not telling a fib, but I believe that is correct.
That was what
so the wanderer background, the feature from the Outlander background, says you make any guide or scout roll for the party with advantage. So yes, it does affect the guide.
See, I think Sean was going to be lookout, if I'm reading correctly in our Discord log.
Sean.
Yep.
So Adelward shall be our lookout. Excellent.
Mm-hmm.
So that
Moji-
leaves the provisioner and the scout. Who will be taking which here?
Moji's gonna be scout.
Moji's gonna scout. And so Mortimer, you're provisioning?
Exactly, there we go.
All right, excellent. So, with that determined, we will start our travel phase with the provisioner. You are in town with the rain pouring down, nice letter in your breast pocket, and you need to determine how you are going to keep the party nice and provisioned. You have 3 options: foraging, magical providence, and of course the ever common pack rat. How will you be taking care of the party's provisions?
Well, can't quite do magical providence yet, though. One day for sure.
One day.
One day if we live. I think it makes sense. Since we're going to be caravanning anyway, we'll do the pack ratting. I think it's the safer option.
Okay, absolutely. So you'll be in charge of purchasing dried meats and cheeses and the water skins and loading them up in the caravan to take care of. They will cost 1 GP for the food and 1 full water skin for the each party member per day for a cost of 1 GP. And then 5 silver points silver pieces for each of the 4 oxen that are part of your caravan.
Okay, good to know. Let's see. Some quick math tells me that we will need, I'm thinking 7-day journey if we allow for perhaps 2 days in case we run into any trouble, 9 days worth of stuff. So after some quick math, oh boy, that takes us to 54 gold. Do we want to go for 8 days, guys?
Or we're hoping to make it in 7. But...
I guess 1 extra day probably isn't bad.
Right.
Sure.
Yeah, just in case we run into any trouble. 1 extra day. Let me change that math quickly. And that is 48 gold. We have 15 of the starting gold up front. I assume that's gold from the reward that we've just been fronted, right?
Exactly. That is exactly what it is.
All right. How much is everybody able to contribute? I can contribute 10 of my own.
Moji has 25 gold he can put away, but he'll be broke after that. So
10 minus 15. Is anybody able to contribute another 13?
Sure. Yeah, I'll throw that in.
All right.
I'm
Moji, you only
broke,
need to contribute 15. You don't need to do the whole 25.
sure, Moji will put in 15.
All right. Sounds great. We have taken care of it.
With resources pulled and caravans acquired, Mortimer, you spend most of the day packing in all the different feed and provisions and equipment into the back of the caravan, and you and the party begin to ride out into the lands beyond the mists. I'm going to place a token down on the map to kind of track where we are as we kind of montage our way through here. I'm going to use Moji as our token because he's the first person I saw out in the mists. As you travel along the coast, hugging through the road here, let's move to the rest of our travel rolls. The rain is coming down everywhere, high winds whip, the trees sway and crack as you are traveling through, and you hear the kind of whinnies of the... Donkeys don't whinny, or oxen don't whinny, but you hear them kind of crying out occasionally as the way is difficult. But the first person that I want to talk to is our scout, Moji. So, Moji, the lands out here are largely uncharted, especially once you get past Timbervale and the kind of small road that you follow through here. And the best route is often unknown or could change with the weather, the season, the movements of monsters. So what I want from you is to describe your efforts to scout the terrain. Tell me how you keep the party on track and on the best path forward.
So Moji's gonna look for like passageways where he's seen like, oh, this probably looked a little bit more treaded than usual. Maybe some other caravans come through. Maybe just a few guys go through there. He's going to look at the tree specifically and like see what marks are on them, touch on them, see if like there's an owl bear going over here or there's some kind of sea creature going down there, and see how dangerous that is. And he's going to like smell the ground and smell if he can see anything that seems like it's going to be kind of dangerous, or if he can intimidate it away. He can just run out in front and just yell emoji, 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 and then they run away. So he's doing a combination of different things just to figure out how I'm going to get around this and stuff, and gonna maybe go ahead of the party a bit at times and just see what looks more dangerous than others.
Okay, wonderful. That sounds to me like a lot of nature in your description there. So I'm going to ask you for a nature intelligence check. The base DC for the scout is 12. You are going to a known location, but you are traveling through an unfriendly or hostile area. So we're going to add +3 to your DC. So your DC is going to be 15 for the nature roll, but you will also get a +5 to your check from the caravan.
Okay, so 10. I can do this. I believe in you, Moji. Moji!
Yes.
Oh, Moji. So that is without the +5 from the caravan, correct?
Right.
All right, perfect. So that is a 17. That is a success. Moji, you are out and about, smelling the ground, checking for tracks, keeping people on track, hugging that coast. Please mark inspiration for your effective scouting. And we know that you have kept everybody on track, and there is no need for extra time or detours because you are making sure everybody is going where they need to go. You creak along this first part of the day here, and I'm going to take a step out of our travel phase as before you get too far out of sight from Rhymeview itself. All of you, no need to look out. They are plainly standing in the middle of the road. Is a cloaked, gray and black cloaked person with a huge wide-brimmed hat kind of obscuring their face, and two thugs with huge muscles and big hammers on their waist just kind of standing as if waiting for your approach. It looks a little bit like this.
He spotted us.
Oh, they were waiting for you this entire time. Yeah.
Anybody we should be on the lookout for? No, I don't know anybody in particular.
The four of you and your caravan are kind of stopped by these figures. The one kind of in the back, dressed in blacks and grays and obscured, kind of puts a hand on either shoulder of his thugs, and they kind of step aside so he can talk to you all. Assuming that you stop the caravan and don't just try to run him down, he will address the four of you.
Yeah, I don't think it's justified to just run someone down. Maybe they aren't here to cause trouble.
I will. Adewald will move out in front of the group and put his shield up to, imply not necessarily aggression, but.
Moji's going to follow the same and put his shield out as well and just sit there.
I go back to back with whoever this is, and I face
Mortimer.
Backwards with Mortimer, facing away and watching to the left and right. Pull my weapon out, or at least keep my hand on it.
You suspicious, and you prepare yourselves. And this figure, in a like less threatening than you probably expected voice, says, "Well, no, we can be friends here. There's no need for all of this. Look, I will have my friends uncross your arms. Look, smile for our new friends." The thugs give you this like. The character says, "A little bird has told me that you four are delivering something quite special. What are they paying you, huh? A few gold pieces?" I don't want this to be overly complicated, but it would be in our best interest if something else was delivered instead. And he kind of pulls out from beneath his like hanging loose cloak something that a white silken letter folded up with a wax seal on it that looks very similar to the imperial seal and letter that you have. It says, "It could be worth your while to get paid twice, don't you think? What are they paying you? 50 gold coins? 100? I'll match it. We'll match it. All you have to do is give us what you have and deliver this instead."
I'm not sure that it would be wisest to do this. Certainly, don't you think it would have been smarter to switch the letter ahead of time?
Oh, but you was under lock and key. Now it's right here with you. All we have to do is make a little trade, hand you a bag of coin, you're on your way. Get paid twice. Feels good, huh?
I think that maybe my associates and I should have a moment to talk about your interest
Oh,
and your
please,
offer.
Yes. Talk it over.
We do the group huddle.
Huddle.
Exactly.
Yeah, all right.
All right, bring it in, guys.
Guys, this is a terrible idea. I, for one, prefer integrity, but I think that upsetting the Merchants League, well, how are we supposed to buy anything after the words?
I agree.
Moji slowly nods, like he was kind of going for the plan, but then now everybody's like, no. He's like, okay, never mind.
The only question is, are they going to permit us to go past if we reject their offer?
I doubt it. That's why we need a ploy. We should act like we're going to exchange it, and perhaps we take the leader as hostage.
Well,
Right before the exchange, we attack with surprise. I guess I'd be whispering that.
Yeah, well, we're all clearly whispering at a distance away. We're not.
Moji thinks this is
Well,
a good idea.
none of us moved ourselves further away, so I don't know.
But presumably, we're not whispering 5 feet from them.
Yeah.
I would presume very little myself, but no worries.
I'm going to turn around and speak to this guy again. If we were to reject your offer, what exactly would be the consequence of that for us? Simply loss in opportunity?
Yeah, that would be most disappointing. It shouldn't have to come to that, right? Come on. This is a win-win. Our interests are served. Your interests are served. You're richer for it.
Casting a spell on him, right?
Did you say you want to cast a spell on him?
I feel like it.
Okay. What do you do?
I'm not. No. It's okay.
No?
I'm waiting.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, he's eyeballing him though, and eyeballing everyone in the group. Like,
All right. Who's going to pretend to deliver the letter?
Okay. So, you're going to pretend to deliver the letter, and then you want to, like, jump this guy? Like, is that the... I just want to make sure I understand the plan.
Oh god, I feel like this is going to go terribly.
Okay. So, Mortimer, you step up and are going to attempt to get him to like step forward and get in jumping range.
All right.
So that you can.
I have
yeah.
a letter. Here, come over here and I'll give it to you. We'll make this deal. Fine. We don't want any trouble.
All right. Perfect. So I guess I'm going to assume Sean kind of steps back so Mortimer can come up. This guy will walk up past his thugs here to like exchange the letter. He holds out his hand empty, as if expecting you to give him the original, and you can see the substitute held in his offhand as he steps forward.
And yeah. So as he's approaching, I think I'd launch it off with a guiding bolt before he gets too close.
All right. So as he steps forward, he puts his hand out. You just are like, guiding bolt. What I want from you is to give me a deception charisma check to see how
God, I'm terrible at
how
this.
much he thinks like you're being legit and how much he's on his guard when you throw off this guiding bolt.
Okay.
Oh no, he is on his toes, and you is not surprised in the slightest when you throw out your magic. Go ahead and roll to hit with your guiding bolt here.
All right. Come on, come on. You want to give me that advantage, inspiration there? Who was it that rolled first? No. Okay. Never
Yeah, you
mind.
can take my inspiration. It's fine.
Oh.
Okay.
All right. 19 to hit. Does that hit?
The 19 hits. Your guiding bolt comes racing out, smashing this cloaked figure square in the chest.
All right.
So
And-
initiative.
Yes.
I doubt I could get my bless off before this initiative roll.
No,
Jack.
we're gonna roll initiative after
yeah.
that. This guy
Yeah.
takes 16 points of damage, goes down to one knee. He's like glowing from the radiant energies of your bolt. He's hurting and snaps his fingers. And everyone, roll me initiative as the thugs begin to step forward and emerging from blinds set up along the forest road around you. Are more thugs identical to the ones that you saw next to this good old spy. Excellent. Let me get my... I should have probably have had my thug thing ready to go from the beginning, huh?
Guess we gotta run for it.
Initiative.
I was going to suggest that we just got back in the caravan and ran him over, but
that would have been interesting.
You rolled a 19, Greg? Nice.
I
Ooh,
did
mine
roll a
is supposed
19.
to
I
be
have
a
Moji,
7.
Onye, Edelward, and Mortimer. Excellent. So, the first to go are these thugs and the spy. This guy immediately disengages, gets up and goes 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Then he uses his bonus action to dash. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. He is hoofing it out away from you and the party. These thugs are both going to step up in the road on either side of Mortimer, and they will be attacking with their big maces. They are pack tactics, so they will get advantage here. The first comes crashing down with a 12, bouncing off of Mortimer's heavily armored body. The second attacks with an 11. They are unable to bring him down. But it is these four that have emerged from blinds, heavy crossbows in hand, and they begin making attacks. They will make one attack at each of you. The first one is going to go against Onye here in the back with a 4. Oh, these guys were unprepared, it seems. The second will go towards Emoji with an 8. Oh, equally terrible.
Damn.
The third will go towards Edelward with a 15. Will that hit you? Did you nod your
Can you
head?
hear me?
I didn't see. I'm sorry. Was that?
Oh,
hit
no,
you,
no, I said
Edelward?
no.
No. Okay.
No.
Perfect. Yeah, the crossbow bolt bounces off your heavy armor, and the last bolt will go towards Mortimer, who is next to a assailant, so advantage. The 15, I believe that also misses Mortimer.
Yep.
All right. With that ineffective round of combat, Moji, you are the next to go. What will you do?
Well, Moji is upset by all this, and he's like, well, I'm angry. We're raging. So he rages. And he will take a swipe at the first guy that's next to him with shield in hand, battle axe in another. He attacks.
All right. So Moji, I believe this is your token here, right? Do you step
Right
up
here, yeah.
to this thug here that's attacking Mortimer, or do you go towards these guys with crossbows in the back?
Am I being threatened by the guy next to Mortimer?
No, he seems very focused on Mortimer.
Okay, I'm gonna go up to
Oh, I
this
didn't-
guy right here.
All
and,
right,
smack
beautiful. Your battle axe comes down, cleaving through his kind of like tough hide armor, and like you can feel it chunk into like bone and blood. Give me some damage for that roll. Woo, for
14.
14 damage, your axe cleaves into him. As you pull it out, blood comes pouring down. You can see that he has reached the bloodied status, as he like kind of drops his crossbow on the ground.
Moji's gonna be like,
boy.
"You're not even tree. Go down."
Excellent.
I think Onya should have gone first. I think that turned.
It's okay. I had a 13, and then I didn't click on my guy, and then I clicked on my guy. I rolled a 17 and when I didn't click on him, and then I clicked on him and rolled a 13. So when he ordered it, it's all good. We all go in the same chunk. It's not just
good
enemies
point.
in between
Oh,
us.
yeah, that is weird that it did that in the order, though. Cool.
I
Oh,
think
yeah.
they ordered it when it was a 13, and I changed it. No
I
worries.
see. Okay.
I should have said something. I'm going to move right here and then cast Bless on everybody else in the party besides myself.
Okay.
And I think
Absolutely.
that's all I can really...
So, Onye, we haven't seen you cast a spell before. What does it look like when you call upon the power of Bless?
Well, Onye is a war cleric. He essentially, I guess he probably has like a holy symbol. It's probably kind of sharp on a couple of points of it. I'm not
Okay.
sure what deity it looks like, but he will end up like cutting himself, and like
Ooh.
the blood that he lets out like will like dissipate into like mist and then turn into magical like radiance and light, and it'll like a halo of like kind of appears above everybody's head and then vanishes. That's who's blessed.
All right. Well, blessed by the blood of a cleric. Everyone is ready to be even more effective. You get a D4 to your attack rolls and saving throws in addition to your normal roll. Edelward, you are next to act here as this ambush is in full swing. What do you do?
Gonna try and stop the cleric from being overwhelmed and try and engage this one guy so he'll be fighting me so they don't get the pack tactic advantage. Can I ask, with Blessed, is it like single use or do you get +4 all the
It
time
lasts
you're blessed?
until the duration of the spell ends, so either until Onye stops concentrating on it or a minute passes, I believe.
And you get a
Okay.
D4 in every attack roll.
Yeah,
and
so
save.
every attack roll,
Okay.
every saving throw that you make, you are blessed, so you get that additional D4.
So yeah, I'm just gonna run up on the guy in front of me and stick my shield out in front and then try and bring the hammer over the top onto his head.
All right.
For 24.
Ooh, that'll definitely hit. Your hammer comes crashing down on top of his head for 7 points of damage. He has like a little bit of a metal cap on, and you hear it ring out. It dents a little bit. He holds his head, but he does not go down nor appear to be bloodied.
In that case, then I'm just gonna pop my action surge and take another hit at him if I can.
Okay, absolutely. Please do.
Yeah.
Oh, you critically hit him with the
Oh god, what is that?
hammer. Oh no, for another 7 points of damage. You hammer at him again. Blood like comes out of his ears. He definitely looks dazed. You have bloodied him with your 2 blows. But he is still standing despite your best efforts.
All right.
That brings us to Mr. Mortimer. It is now your turn here. What will you do?
Oh boy. So I think I'm gonna have to make the call on this one, guys. And I'll say to everybody, men, I think that it's best if we make a fighting retreat back to town. We're outnumbered here. And I am going to take the disengage action. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And bonus action, Shield of Faith on myself.
Okay. And so your magic is called forth, a nice shield interposing itself between you and the combatants. All right. With that, it is Thug's turn. The leader disappears into the forest. His black cloak just gone from sight as he makes his way into the thick, dark trees. These two, well, now that Mortimer's gone, are going to step up and fight Adelward. They will be making some swings on you. The first with advantage is a 7. Oh, Adelward's just too bulky. They cannot get a good hit on him. And the second is a 14, once again failing to penetrate his armor. Wow. Excellent. This bloodied one here drops his crossbow on the ground after being struck by that axe. He fumbles for a moment, bringing out his mace in his offhand, and he's going to take a kind of wild swing up at Moji here, attempting to back him off away from him with a 16. Will that hit?
That'll hit.
All right, Moji, the mace connects with you for 8 points of bludgeoning damage. Just like striking into your shoulder.
All right. Yeah.
Boom. These two are just going to keep shooting their crossbows. They're going to shoot one at Onye for sure. Heavy crossbow attack. Onye, the crossbow poof, thunks into you like center mass for 5 points of piercing damage.
Bloody.
And this other guy is going to shoot at... He is going to shoot at Adelward because he has pack tactics, and he's a bit smarter than your average duder. Oh, but a 14, he still can't penetrate Adelward's, like, large armor. Excellent. This guy here is going to come after the retreating Mortimer and attempt to bring that, retreat to a halt. He swings out with a 17, but with your Shield of Faith, I don't think that's going to hit. All right. Moji, you've been struck by the mace. What do you do?
Moji's going to return fire. He's like, don't think we can retreat. Just smash.
Just smash. Yes.
And here we go.
All right. The 12 may or may not hit, but you have a bless. So go ahead and roll me a d4 to add to that attack roll.
What's R? 4?
A 15 will definitely get the job done. Your battle axe comes cleaving into the thug for another 10 points of damage, which is enough to fell him in a brutal blow. You take him in half right through where you attacked him before.
And now Moji's gonna help the cleric who's running away. So
okay.
1, 2.
A fighting retreat, okay? It's not running away.
You say one thing, Moji thinks another. Moji is like, scary cleric. He's safe. And he'll get behind him and get ready for whatever happens next.
All right, wonderful. Onye, you've been struck by a crossbow bolt. It sticks in your torso. What do you do?
Onye bloodied with a bless spell up. Oh shoot, let me.
Oh yeah, I need a concentration check
on the con check. Yeah.
Ooh, it's a fail. We're gonna go ahead and leave Moji's turn the way it is. Your bless will just end now.
Yeah, I totally thought about it right as I was doing my turn.
No worries.
I stepped forward with my spell fallen, not very happy, but I will use my attack action, and one of my uses of my extra attack is a war cleric because I'm a war priest.
Okay.
To get a bonus action attack, and I will attack one-handed. My first attack.
Oh, the 9 is not going to get it done. The thick armor just kind of bounces off your warhammer just kind of bounces off their thick armor. Oh, and you follow up a second time, but in an imitation of Adelward, they just take the blows unfazed.
My turn is over. Actually, no, my turn is over. Yeah, I stepped into this.
Okay. Edelward, an ally has stepped up next to you, but you're still facing down 2 of these men. What do you do?
I will hope to inspire my fleeing comrade with a smash to this guy's face, hopefully finally bringing him down. Damn it.
10
Nope.
does
Yeah,
not
throw
get
that.
it done. No. Your Warhammer. I think at this point he's been hit in the head so many times he was like waiting for it, and he just kind of like stumbles back, hit the ground in front of him. Awesome, Mortimer. It is your turn to act here. You have the advantage against this single man here, pinstering him from each side. What do you do?
Well, I think, gosh, Mortimer is not very powerful in close combat, but he will try anyways. Actually, you know what? He's gonna try to do a spell, and he will try to inflict wounds. Oh wait, no, I don't have that prepared. No, yeah, it's just gonna be oh boy. I know what I'll do.
Okay.
I will hit him with my quarterstaff.
Very good.
So,
You swing out, your
only a 10.
quarterstaff comes crashing down on him, cracking him across the like shoulder and neck. Go ahead and roll me damage.
Did I have advantage? I don't think so.
No.
So,
I don't use the optional flanking advantage because then it encourages the just like conga line of death, and I think it's too strong for just having people flanked, right?
well, then in that case, it would have just been a 10, unfortunately.
Oh, that's right. That is how the brain works. You strike him, but his heavy armor dulls the blow.
All right. And with that, I think I'm going to try to get away. So 5, 10. I think I'll probably actually just continue running down the 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So he will get an attack of opportunity on me.
Yes.
'Cause I'm like,
yes, he will. He will take his attack of opportunity with an 11, unable to strike you down. Okay. You reach the edge of the map as you continue your fighting retreat. The thugs will then get to go. This guy here is interested in not letting you get away. So Moji, he doesn't even disengage from you because he wants to attack the cleric here that's running away. So he just bolts off 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. As he leaves your threatened range, you can, give him that battle axe. For 11 points of damage. Oh my goodness gracious.
Moji's doing it.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He still gets away from you, but he is cleaved in the back and bloodied as he makes his way over to the cleric here, Mortimer, which he will then proceed to attack. With a 17, I don't think that hits you. And then we have 2 people here. We're gonna make an attack, one at Onye and one at Edelward with some maces here. Onye, the first, comes crashing at you with an 11, unable to get past you. And the second comes at Edelward with a 19. Do we finally hit you?
You do. Can I ask, is it magical damage or is it not magical?
It is not magical damage.
Okay.
Just a
that'll
regular mace.
That'll get reduced then, but it's fine.
Okay. Well, he bludgeons you for 3 damage.
So the feat that I have reduces non-magical damage by 3, but I'm assuming that it doesn't say to a minimum of 1.
Yeah.
I would imagine, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. So you're just so good at like shifting your weight with your heavy armor that it takes most of the blow, and you're just barely scratched by that attack. Very good. These 2 still have crossbows. Let's see who they're gonna shoot. The first person they're gonna shoot is Edelward. They want you to stop being a pain in their side. He attacks with advantage. With a 12, his crossbow just bounces off your heavy armor. He's unable to do it. The other crossbowman will shoot at... He's going to shoot at Mortimer, and he's going to do that by stepping out away from his blind a little bit so he can get a better shot. And he will also attack at you. With an 18, which we may or may
No,
not have.
because I have Shield of Faith.
Your magical shield flashes up and like deflects the bolt at the last moment, preventing it from striking true. Moji, the man you hit has run off chasing Mortimer. Another crossbowman has stepped near you. What do you do?
Moji's a little conflicted. He wants to save his cleric who keeps running away, but he also doesn't want his friends to get hurt by these bowmen. He's gonna save the cleric. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Beautiful.
And it's Moji time.
I like it. Oh, it is Moji time!
Yeah.
Absolutely.
He's dead. I don't care what happens.
Oh, how do you kill him,
one
Moji?
piece
Like,
thing.
what is this crit? Like, just tell me the violence here you enact.
So Moji, he's got the shield in his hand, and he's kind of like, he wants to get it off, and he's getting more frustrated that it's not coming off. So he just throws his hand behind him, swings it back like a baseball, and just whops him in the back and just cleaves him in half.
Wonderful.
He's sick of it. He's sick of all this.
You whop him in the back like a baseball bat. It cleaves right through him. He goes down in a heap at your feet and dies.
Oh, well, 2 more. It didn't matter. Whatever.
Extra,
extra
even
too?
extra.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Even more so. He's more dead.
Onye, you hear the cry of a bandit death behind you as you face down one of these wounded bandits. What do you do?
You're muted.
You're muted.
I think you might be muted, yeah.
Oh, sorry. Does flanking do anything for me if I move right here?
No, as I was telling Mortimer, I don't use the optional flanking rule because I think it's a little too strong in 5e, and it promotes a weird kind of conga line of death that I
I
don't...
thought that it happened to us in the last adventure where I died, but maybe I'm incorrect. It just seemed really tragic no matter what. It was definitely a conga line of death. No worries. I guess I'll do it anyway for thematics, and hoping that maybe the roll 20 will not give me an 8 and a 9 again. Let's see here. So I'm going to attack, and then use my bonus. Oh, 15?
15 will hit.
For 11
more
damage.
bludgeoning
Max.
damage. Your warhammer comes crashing down in the weakened, like, head plate that Edelward knocked loose, and you crush this man's head. He falls lifeless at your feet.
I will shift over this way and then use my bonus action as a war priest to get another attack in.
Absolutely.
Screaming with the fury of my blood, but a 13 probably misses.
13 is a miss, yes.
My warhammer shatters off, and I will then, I guess, end my turn.
All right. Edelward, one of those in front of you has fallen. What should you do?
Yes, Adelwald will, this time, he's going to assume this guy's going to anticipate an attack from above, so he's going to feint one, and then bring the hammer from underneath and try and embed the guy's codpiece within his body.
Oh my goodness! Okay. A 15 will hit! You strike that codpiece true. For 7 points of damage. It turns out striking the codpiece is what it is designed for. It protects the McNuggets, but it's still painful. After you strike him. Excellent. Mortimer, Moji has just shown you an epic display of martial prowess as he cut down the man chasing you. What do you do?
Mortimer is actually feeling quite inspired by all this. First of all, though, he looks at Moji. How is Moji looking? Is he, like, on death's door?
Moji is actually greener than you first saw him for some reason. You see streaks of green.
You actually got
across his
healthier
body.
by getting hit?
No, actually, because he's actually more brown, dark-skinned originally, but you see... as
Oh,
he's
you mean, like,
raising-
physically? Like...
Physically, he's more green, and you see just a few nicks of blood every here and there, but not too much. He didn't look too bad.
All right,
He's about
okay.
like 10 out of 14. If you
Well, in that case, I think Mortimer, with some regained confidence, is going to focus his energy. Let's see. Guiding bolt's range is 120 feet, and this guy has just taken some damage. Will I have a clear line of shot to?
Yeah, I think you can. Like at the very least, you can kind of like step one way or the other and get a line of sight. Yeah, absolutely.
I'll try to get into, maybe there's some cover along the side of the road from like the crossbow guys.
Okay.
And as I'm like moving towards that cover, I will try to guiding bolt.
I like it.
That guy.
Give me that roll to hit. 20 is a good
20.
roll to hit. Absolutely. That is going to be damage.
All right. 18.
18. Oh! Your holy light rakes out, thrashing this poor bandit. He like gets knocked into Onye for a half second before he like slides off your body as he is entirely lifeless after that attack. He has been destroyed by holy light.
And then I just try to like press myself up against, I don't know, a tree or something.
It is the thugs' turn. In a single round, they lost more than half their allies. There's just 2 of them left. No one seems all that wounded. They've had enough of this. This guy here is going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. He's going to dash. He's going to get off the screen. He leaves the battle. This guy is going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. He's going to dash 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. They disappear into the forest, rushing away from you and leaving the field of battle. It is now, once again, the rain dribbles down, mixing with mud and blood on the road. And other than the sound of the rain, the forest is now once more silent as you have defeated the enemies in front of you. After this battle ends, you have a moment to collect yourselves. What do you do? What is the party like here after this kind of ambush?
I'd probably be like, let's try to track this leader guy. What do you guys think? Find the letter he wanted to switch out for the queen. She should know of this.
Yeah, I think we should start doing that immediately.
I think that's actually a good idea now. Wow, you gentlemen certainly surprised me. I thought that we had no chance, but I'm quite impressed, and I'm certainly glad that I brought you fellows along on this journey.
I will say, my friend, when we travel further down the road, I anticipate that we will face opponents stronger than these. I hope that you will not fall into a rapid retreat in future circumstances.
You've inspired me. Certainly, I have your back from now on. Certainly.
I think like we'll spend. I don't know if anyone has any skill with respect to tracking, but I think we're going to try and get try and track this guy. But if we're unable to do so, then maybe we'll rest for 15 minutes.
Does anybody need like bandaging first of all?
I'm actually going to use an action to bandage myself and use one of my uses of healer's kit. I just 1d6 plus 4.
Okay. So maybe while somebody else is tracking, you're going to be using that kit there to save on time. I'm sorry, Moji, what were you trying to say?
I'll just say, if someone's going to heal, I'll take some healing, but if not...
Sure. I'll use a healer's kit use on Moji then.
Okay.
Thank you, friend.
It sounds like Edelward, while your teammates are getting bandaged up with the healer's kit out, it sounds like it's up to you to try to track this guy.
It says it takes an action according to the feat, so maybe it doesn't take super long, but fair. I guess that makes sense.
To be fair, I don't have a feat in it, so...
Moji has nature...
Yeah, track, you mean?
So maybe
what's the maximum number on your hit dice, Moji?
Maximum number of my hit dice is 14. Well, what do you mean?
A 12, right?
12 plus 12.
All right.
Yeah,
then
12.
You gain 20 hit points.
Oh my. Okay. Well, that was more than Moji needed.
Why?
How do you
have 12?
He get
a hit die there?
So, if you look at the healer's feat, and I didn't realize this, but the last ability.
As an action, you can spend 1 use of a healer's kit to tend to a creature and restore 1d6 plus 4 hit points to it, plus additional hit points equal to the creature's maximum number of hit die.
Oh, number of hit dice. I thought it said the maximum number on their hit die.
So it's essentially his level, right?
Yeah, so, okay,
Interesting. I
instead
didn't
you
realize
get 9 and not 20, which that's much more balanced.
Yeah, and I'm full either way, so it's good.
All right, perfect.
I hate to continue because I don't want to eat up the time, but rules as written, I don't think there is a rule on the maximum amount of short rests you can take a day. I just like, with respect to your ruling, if we short rest now, will that
there
gimp
is
us
there
in the
is
future?
not a rule that I have on maximum amount of short rests. I will be picky if you're like short rest and then short rest and then short rest and then short rest and then, like, at a certain point, like, you can only benefit from so much in like a row type of thing. But no, like, if you short rest now, then you fight something and you short rest, like, it's just eating time essentially.
I think if we want to go after the guy, then we should track him now, especially if it's raining. It might wash away his tracks.
Yeah, so I'll healer skip myself as quickly as I can, and then I guess maybe I make the tracking check. I don't know who else has a good enough bonus on it.
I've got a +5 to survival, probably
same
we're the
here.
same.
Yeah, I've got a +4.
Has, let's see. He has a +3 to survival and a +3 to nature. He could do either one of those.
I think we go with one of our +5s, probably.
All right. So it sounds like our friend Mr. Onye is going to be trying to track here. A few seconds of bandaging yourself up and getting your team healed up, and then you start putting nose to the ground looking for signs of this spy. So I'm going to roll for your DC, and I will just show it to you so that you know what you're trying to hit. This is a leveled spy with expertise in stealth. So you are going to have to beat a 24
Oh my God.
To find the tracks of this guy.
Wait, stealth makes it so someone can hide their tracks?
Yes, he's very, very good at doing this.
I thought that was more like to hide and to like not be heard.
Or would it be
I
better
literally have
It
to
makes sense to
roll.
me.
I guess I'll just, if I
Makes
roll a
sense.
19 or a 20, I can track him.
We could
So
try to
let's-
follow one of the other guys who ran away. They'd probably be less adept, and they might try to reconvene with him.
They might be going to the same place. We could try that.
But you might as well try to find this guy's tracks. So.
It's fucked. It's a
All
16.
Despite your best efforts, Onye, you quickly lose sight of this guy. He has disappeared, it seems, from the forest, and you can't track him much more than
Well, I
few
kind of
hundred
follow like
feet.
signs of footprints in the ground, really, not actually trying to track the guy like with my eyes, kind of a thing. But it's okay, no worries. It's what it is.
Do we want to continue going after them, or should we focus on the mission?
Yeah, we'll focus
Let's
on the
turn
mission.
back to mission. Too much work.
All right.
All
And
right.
He'll grab the thug stuff and see if they have anything of use. Like he'll throw the
Or maybe
crossbow.
anything like notifying who they might be.
Yeah.
Yeah, or just whatever money they have to try to balance out our ledger.
That would be helpful.
Absolutely. On the dead bodies, they of course have a mace and a heavy crossbow each, along with some heavy bolts. They are wearing heavy leather armor, which is of high quality. It is a AC of 12 plus up to 3 dexterity. And the pouches that they have hold a number of gold coins. You look through for their payment, and sure enough, it seems that they have been paid 6 and 5 is 11, and 4 is 15 gold pieces that you can get from them. I will add that to our list of gold. As you look through for identifying marks, they look pretty plain and simple. One of them does have a simple ring on their pinky that has an insignia of a shrouded moon.
While you're doing that, I'm gonna use a short rest, if that's okay, just so I can get my action surge back. And before then, actually, I'll pop my second wind just to get back that 1 HP, and just so I'll have them both.
Okay,
Nice and counted.
absolutely. So you spend 10 minutes short resting. The short rest will grant to you You may expend hit dice up to 1/2 of your total number, rounded up, and recover any powers or class features tied to a short rest in the player's handbook.
One question: were there any identifying tattoos, maybe?
You look for tattoos on these thugs. No. It seems that these have chosen to keep their skin clean of ink.
Well, since we have a caravan, we might as well take their armor. Might be
Yeah.
valuable in the future.
Armor, crossbows, and mace. Take them all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
And-
Put the ring on and see if anything happens to Moji. He's curious.
You put the ring on. You don't notice any immediate change when you put the ring on, but it does fit rather nicely.
It's not like a common symbol that like average people would recognize.
No. You rack your brains, the four of you, and I don't believe any of you have seen it before.
All right. Well, we've upset
yeah,
somebody powerful for sure.
Moji just cut.
So
I'm
we
gonna
take
take
their maces and leather armor and heavy crossbows and bolts and throw them on the
Caravan.
the caravan. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Okay.
gonna take their shoes because that's how it's done. You kill someone and you take their shoes.
Are these shoes better than mine? Exactly. That's true. You're right. You see it all the
Alright.
time.
Well, you take their shoes and get yourself prepared once more for the trip to Shallow Rest. Excellent. So, you pick yourselves up and continue on the rest of your day, passing pretty much without problem. Before we get to the rest of our journey, though, let's finish up our travel rolls. So we've had our scout and we've had our provisioner go. So the next on our list of travel rolls is going to be our guide, Onye. So the lands beyond the mists are dangerous and hostile, not just in the creatures and people in them, but also the terrain itself. Traveling through it can be draining and exhausting. I want you to describe to me how you avoid or stave off the labors of the journey for your party.
I guess since we're on a road right now, I'm more just trying to make sure that the road is in good condition and that there's like no trees on the side that might fall on someone if it's still windy and rainy occasionally. You know, the snags that are like half dead trees. I'm sure that Moji is looking at the trees like, you know, those. I'm kidding. But yeah, I'm just watching out for you know, the path we're actually on, because once we get to Timbervale. And I'm probably studying the areas on the side of the road to prepare for once we're past Timbervale. Just trying to like get a feel for the surroundings and really let it sink in while we have this road underneath us.
Okay, absolutely. So a lot of studying the road and then kind of the paths that you're taking along the way. Sounds like a pretty standard survival check to me. Your base DC for the guide is 15. We already established that there is a +3 modifier to that. So you'll be having DC 18.
I see.
Excuse me. For your check, you'll be granted +5 for the caravanning, and you are a wanderer, so you will get advantage.
DC 18, and the +5 isn't easy to add in, so it has to add in at the end. That's a 25.
25.
Wonderful.
Brilliant. You do a great job of making sure that while you're following the orders of the scout, you are making sure that there's not, you know, extra mud or difficulty or thorns, itching leaves in your way. The party does this without feeling extra exhausted. Please mark inspiration for your successful guiding through the woods. Your first day ends and the rain doesn't give up in the night. It is a whipping kind of wind and rain throughout the night as you kind of sleep here just outside of Timbervale, keeping the oxen and the caravan close to you all. What is night like amongst your group as you are out in the kind of wilds? Is camp involve anything special, any rituals? What is that like as you are making your way through here?
Moji specifically is going to look for the biggest, tallest, strongest tree, and then just make a few hacks into it, see if it's gonna move or anything like that. If it doesn't move, he's all right. Okay, cool. It's not evil. And he's gonna. If that doesn't work, he'll probably find some like a weaker tree, something that's easy to break off and make into firewood, and then start cutting that up and chopping it down and put into firewood.
Absolutely.
He's learned from the past. Never again.
Learn from the past. I like it.
Adol-
Anything else?
Well,
yeah.
actually, Mortimer is going to somewhat follow Moji around because he remembers this area as being sort of near where he originally found the gumshoe trees that were quite valuable medicinally. And if Moji's going to be chopping into trees like willy-nilly, then you might as well see if there's a chance to gather any more of that valuable sap.
I see. Okay. So you take a look around the trees, maybe try to point the ferocity of Moji towards the correct ones. Go ahead and give me a nature check. We're gonna call it DC 15.
Only a 13.
Well, if there were gum trees in this area, you did not find them. At least not with Moji this night along your journey. All right. If there is nothing else, night will end, and you continue on your journey the next day. You make a small stop in Timbervale, maybe find yourself a hot meal or something, but you do not stay long because you have a long journey ahead of you.
I was curious, so if you'll mind, like, maybe half an hour's detour during the day, gentlemen. I've been in Timbervale before, and Mortimer has sort of he did a good deed for the town, and he has some priestly connections there. He would like to go to the nearby church and just simply like quickly inquire, first of all, if they know anything about the symbol on the ring, because they might have been in the area longer, and then secondly, what sort of dangers, monsters, etc. might be expected further deeper into the forest to the east.
Okay. So you stop by the church. What is your reputation with the Conclave of the Faithful?
I've got only a 5 reputation, but I did help these ones specifically.
Okay, go ahead and roll me reputation. I'll give you +1 for your deeds in this area.
A D20 plus 6 then? Wow. All right.
Okay, you crit, but +1. 21.
Oh,
right?
okay, sorry.
Yeah. Reputation is going to be divisible by 10.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. But a 21 is a success. These people are more than willing to help you. They observe the ring. I don't know much about this. I don't believe I've seen its like. It doesn't remind me of a religious purpose. Followers of the moon very rarely will shroud it in clouds like this. If it is not a sect that I am familiar with or have heard of. I think that has something to do with a more mundane purpose. Something important to man, but not the gods, if I were to guess. As of dangers out in the woods, there are many. The Fae themselves are tricksters at heart. Many of them are our friends and allies in the Imperium, but there are others that are more hostile, is one way to put it, but I wouldn't consider them overly hostile, but more tricksters. The forest itself is alive. I have heard rumors of a shambling creature made of vines and twigs and trees that has been sighted nearby. And of course, you cannot overlook the ghosts of the dead that walk the forests of Timbervale. It is a dangerous road, but I believe you are familiar with the dangers. You've been out here yourself once before. I don't know that there is much more I can add beyond that.
Emoji
Thank you
hears
for your
another
time,
shambling
Father.
mound. Oh,
Yeah.
Emoji hears another shambling mound. He gets like, he starts gripping his axe a little bit. He's like, oh, those jerks.
Moji's like, that's what I'm here for. Excellent. With that stop underway, eventually make your way back out of Timbervale and into the rest of the forest proper. Before we get too much farther, I want to go back to our last roll amongst the travel rolls here. The only one that we have not done is our Lookout Edelward. So the terrain itself isn't the only danger, obviously. You have already seen the kind of hostile factions and occasional monsters that prowl these lands. I want you to describe for me your efforts to spot the dangers that lurk out here on your journey and keep your party from being surprised by them.
Unfortunately, I'm going to use the tedious tradition that's been hitherto used of circling the party, keeping a lookout with respect to our immediate perimeter, looking behind bushes and whatnot. But in addition, I will be approaching members of the party and just making sure that their armor is up to scratch and covering the necessary areas and instructing them on how they ought to wear it in order to minimize the amount of damage that they're taking in and so forth. But for the most part, I'm just going to be using my eyes and my nose and my ears and looking about.
All right, excellent. That sounds like perception, true and true. So I will ask you for a perception wisdom check. The base DC is going to be 12. We've already established there's a +3 to that for this journey. So your DC is going to be 15. You will get +5 from the caravan into your roll, though.
So this is without the +5, just so you know.
Okay.
There we are.
Excellent. So you are successful. Please mark inspiration for your successful looking out. And I will also roll for a potential discovery along the way. So after you're traveling through Timbervale goes, it is a fairly easy journey through the day. Until it is time once again to camp in the rain. As camp comes together, Moji starts chopping some firewood once more. Gumshoe trees are looked for, and it is Edelward keeping a nice sharp lookout. Eventually, you kind of surround yourselves around the campfire and get yourselves prepared for a day's rest. When Edelward, you spot movement in the forest just above you. It seems coming towards your party is a group of undead skeletal warriors shambling close to you. You have succeeded on looking out and are able to rouse the party, get their armor and their weapons at the ready as these creatures approach. Tell me, how is it that you spotted them, and what were your preparations as the creatures moved towards you in the camp?
I think that Edelward has been sort of pacing around the perimeter of the camp, and just sort of because he's quite accustomed to sensing the sort of slightest movement within armor. Perhaps he heard the just adjustment of some chainmail that's being worn upon the skeletons, and they'll sort of turn to his right and then announce to the party that we're under attack and it's time to bum rush them, lads, basically, and raises his hammer up in the air and he's gonna just go for it.
All right, the party rouses, grabs their weapons, and everybody roll me some initiative.
Hopefully I do better this time. No.
Which one is me?
Good gravy.
At least Moji rolled well.
Yeah, he's gonna get that
there you
rage.
go.
He's gonna get that rage
Oh.
off. So. But it doesn't matter. 'cause-
Same thing.
Yeah.
Do I have
He's the
everybody
god
in
tier
here?
initiative.
I have Edelward, Moji. Oh, there's Mortimer and Onye. Perfect. Excellent. Oh, I look like I'm missing somebody in the initiative order, though. Onye,
I didn't
Mortimer.
select my token. It was 15, I think.
Okay. We will add you in, Mr. Moji.
Sorry.
Moji.
I did the same thing in the first encounter.
Fortunately, the enemies still go first.
15.
Has
for
anyone
Moji? Yes.
has anyone seen? This is a bit of a weird shout out, but the trailer for Warhammer Mark of Chaos, where they're attacked by damn, because I was going to do an impression of one of those people.
No, I
but
haven't seen it.
The meme will be missed. Check it out though. It's awesome. And very
right.
similar to this encounter.
Well, despite the cries of Edelward, the creatures get to move first. They advance in a rank and file towards the party, moving in one and lockstep. They move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, and 30 feet forward. The frontmost skeleton takes out a wicked-looking short sword with a kind of jagged and broken point, and he will choose to swing it towards Edelward, attacking with a 19.
Yeah,
I believe that
hits,
will hit you. His jagged point rips in past your armor, dealing 7 points of damage to you. The remaining skeletons are pulling out, instead of those swords, short bows, and they will pepper 1 attack at each of you. The first short bow will go towards Onye with a 19. Piercing into your armored flesh for 3 points of damage. The second will go towards Edelward with a 16, this time bouncing harmlessly off your heavy armor. The next will go towards Moji with a 9, your dexterous ways jumping out of the way at the last moment. And
Fight the arrow out the air.
oh, okay, I like it. Even better. And finally, Mortimer. They just shoot into the ground or something. It's terrible. Moji, you've shown this amazing display with the arrow in the air, and now it is your turn. What do you do? Oh, you're muted, my friend.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Only, do you want to go first, or do you want me to go first? We got the same. Where's my script? I'm raging. That's what's happening.
Raging.
What time of night was this again? We were sleeping, or?
You were getting prepared to go to bed. You're getting ready for camping the night.
And he's gonna move up. Moji's I'm gonna go up here, and then Moji's going to smash a skeleton. Hopefully.
Oh, your axe comes crashing down into this skeleton, cleaving through it for 10 points of damage. The skeletal figure is you can tell, animated by kind of a ghostly magic, and as you cleave through bone and armor, pieces of it come falling off, turning to dust around you, and they bloody for sure, but the spectral force holds on to the remaining pieces that are still intact as it continues to try to attack you.
Moji's still a little freaked out, but he doesn't want to show that kind of weakness to the party, so he's Moji's got this.
Excellent. Onye, you're kind of moving at the same time as Moji is making this attack. What do you do?
I am going to. I assume I haven't taken off my armor yet, or should I lower my AC?
No, your AC is intact. Your lookout did his job, so you are prepared for this encounter.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
So I will make sure my shield and my weapon are out, and then I'm going to smack this thing right in front of me.
All right.
Why not? This is a brand new day. Oh, 23.
23. You crush into this creature for 7 points of bludgeoning damage.
I'll use my bonus action to get another attack, since
Okay.
it's a new encounter and all that, and I'll do another one real quick here.
Oh, your 7 doesn't follow up successfully. Probably because your first attack, much like the one Moji made, breaks off pieces of armor and bone. They fall to the ground, no longer animated. And your second swing just goes right through the same place, expecting to make a quick attack, but your follow-up just doesn't crush anything new. However, the creature is bloodied by your assault. Edelwald and Mortimer, you are also going kind of at the same time here. What are you doing?
Yeah, I will sense in a little bit of fear in Moji. Will try and inspire the party by initially yelling out some sort of war invocation in Goblin, and then reminding everyone they don't have muscles. Don't worry about it. It's fine. You do 0 damage. And then I'm just gonna smash this skeleton in the middle of the chest. Hopefully.
All right. Your 20 hits, your Warhammer crushing into it for 12 points of damage. Combined with the efforts of Onye, you smash through the rest of this skeleton. Its armor falling to the ground, breaking, its bones turning to dust in front of you. The kind of glowing magic that kept it together dissipates.
Then using his fresh Jordans that he picked up off of those bandits, he's going to move up to here and pop his action surge to take another smack in the side of this guy.
Thugs in Big Nike's pocket confirmed. The 20 crushes down into the hurt skeleton again, this time for 8 damage, but it is a successful strike, crushing the wounded skeleton. Between you and Moji, it disintegrates again like its fellow skeletons, the magic keeping it alive dissipating. Mortimer, you are going kind of at the same time as Edelward makes these 2 crushing blows. What do you do?
Sure. So I think Mortimer wants to test out recently bestowed power that he has been blessed with by his deity, and heals up his shield, emblazoned on which is this sort of non-distinct, like, sprouting plant. It's like sprouting out of the ground. And he is going to channel divinity to turn undead.
Ooh, very nice. They must make wisdom saving throws if they're within how many feet?
They're
30
up.
feet? That's going to
Yep,
be all
I
of
checked.
them.
Yep.
Beautiful. You hold up your shield, evoking the divinity of your god, and try to turn these creatures. They will make wisdom saving throws. Let's see here. The first of which is going to be a fail. That creature is turned. The second of which is going to be a fail. That creature is turned. The final skeleton is also going to fail. All 3 of these skeletons have been turned by your magics. Beautiful. That is the end of your turn, which brings us back to the top of the round. The skeletons remaining must spend their action fleeing away from you. They try to move as far away as they can. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 5, 10, 15, 25, 30. 5, 10, 15, 20, 30. And rather than dash away, they all take the dodge action. Moji, it is your turn. Seeing the fleeing of these creatures, what do?
Moji realizes that these skeletons are actually afraid of him for some reason, and he didn't see what anybody else did. He's like, screw it, I'm ready. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Dang it, I'm not gonna make it. So he's gonna take. I'm not gonna. That wasn't enough. I don't. Oh wait, 1.
No, you get 1 more space, man.
Oh, screw this.
Yeah.
And then he's smashing.
All right. They have taken the dodge action, so you will have disadvantage to hit them.
It's fine. He's still gonna hit. Oh, wait, how do I get disadvantage?
Oh, a 12. Let me double check their AC here. You actually will miss. Your battle axe gets deflected by the metal, like, piecemeal armor that is kind of held together by their spiritual energy.
Moji is so confused because he hasn't missed yet, and he's like, this is not what trees do. I don't understand.
Trees don't have metal. Wonderful. Onye, you're moving kind of the same time as Moji rushes up here. What do?
I think should I Sacred Flame the guy he's on, or the guy... I'm going to Sacred Flame the guy in the middle here, to try to take... so we can try to kick these guys' asses.
Okay. It will have advantage on that save. Boom. Dodging. Which it successfully ducks away from the sacred light you hurl towards it. As an aside, this is like we've only seen you cast one spell in game. Is all of your magic tied to that same kind of blood rite where you use your blood to cast the magic, or does the Sacred Flame work differently?
I think with the fire being nearby and the Sacred Flame, he almost probably like would burn himself and then like hurl like a weird like holy light, kind of like it's more the holy light and like the act of like injuring himself. And then he uses that to cast the it's very minor burns, you know, and then he uses that to Sacred Flame the enemy, and the damage flies off of them with their saving throw.
All right, Adelward and Mortimer, you guys are going next.
Yeah, Adelward's going to continue to make use of his fast feet and run up here, and then as he's approaching, he's sort of sprinting and will leap into the air in order to bring down his hammer attack.
Remind me why your movement speed is higher?
Oh no, it's same. It's just.
Did you move 30 feet there? I guess you did. Never
mind. He was right here.
Is it okay to move diagonally across boxes?
No, that's fine. I've been moving diagonally across boxes. I think you're good. Okay. I just miscounted the numbers there. Oh, but similar to Moji, your Warhammer glances off the piecemeal metals of their armor. Mortimer.
Okay, that's my turn.
What are you doing?
So it seems like, they will continue to be turned. So I think I'm going to 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I'm going to advance towards them with my glowing shield held up in front of me, saying, "Flee, creatures of the night." And with my free hand, I guess I will throw out an Eldritch Blast. Or not Eldritch, I'm not a warlock. What am I talking about? A Guiding Bolt.
All right.
The one in the middle. I need to...
you will have disadvantage, and your Guiding Bolt races out into the night like a warning shot. Next one, get your head. The creatures remain turned, as despite your attacks, none of them took damage this turn. So they will indeed flee. All three of them will dash away into the forest as far as they can get. Moji and Adelward, would you like to take attacks of opportunity at them? All right. You don't have disadvantage anymore, as they have stopped dodging. So the 14 hits anyway. But Vessel, you will miss. Adelward, you crush into this thing for 9 points of damage. It ends the turned effect on it as you hit it, but it is still declared its action, so it runs into the forest. I'm going to say these two escape. They run into the forest, and they are turned. They just leave the battlefield. This guy's going to go 5... He's going to go away from Mortimer, but he's going to go this way. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And then he's going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, and 30. Getting as far away from Mortimer as he can, but still maintaining his presence on the battlefield as he can come back at you this next round. Moji, what will you do?
3, 4, 5, 6. 6 right here. And he's gonna just take out a smaller axe, not the same kind of axe, a smaller axe. You never know what kind of job you may need when you're cutting down trees. And throw it at this guy.
Oh, the 12 once more just kind of clashes off his piecemeal armor.
You have never seen, Moji was just kind of slightly green in certain areas. He's so green right now on his body because he's so upset and he doesn't understand.
Excellent. All right, that brings us to Onye.
I will move, but I can't. Even dashing isn't going to get me there that well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Actually, I'll just move 6 and then Sacred Flame it.
Okay.
4, 5, 6. Bringing my little swirl of the fire pit with me as I go, and then casting it out as Sacred Flame.
Excellent.
And I have to click submit. Ooh, it would be 10 damage if he fails it.
That's Cure Wounds, actually. I think.
Oh, you're right. I hit the wrong button. I'm sorry. It's right next to it. Ah!
The dex save comes out with a 4. It fails. Your Sacred
Takes
Fire
2 damage.
erupts all over it, dealing 2 points of damage. Along with the 9 from Edelward is not enough. It is still bloodied. It's like got pieces falling off of it from the burns and the
The
hammer.
radiant damage doesn't help against the undead? No, I'm kidding. Not this. Right on.
That brings us to Edelward and Mortimer.
Gonna take 6 cubes forward. While approaching, can I see any rocks or pebbles on the floor that I might be able to pick up and launch?
Yes, indeed you can. It seems
Okay.
that there are some loose stones in this part of the forest.
Then the attack should be the same as the hammer, but the damage will be different. So it should be D20 plus strength plus it's like presumably proficient in.
Are you proficient in improvised weapons?
Oh no, I assumed it would be like a simple weapon. So if
Well,
whatever fighters are.
A sling would be... Well, you are proficient in all weapons. So improvised weapons are an interesting thing in 5e. Let me see if there's an easy way to pull it up in the compendium. Improvised
If I'm not, it will
weapon.
be a 19 regardless.
You're just like
but-
throwing a boulder at this guy. I feel like that's pretty improvised.
Sometimes characters don't have their weapons to attack, whatever, and use an attack with whatever is at hand. An improvised weapon includes any object you can wield in 1 or 2 hands, such as broken glass, table leg, frying pan, a wagon wheel, or a dead goblin. Often, an improvised weapon is similar to an actual weapon and can be treated as such. For example, a table leg is akin to a club, DM's option. A character proficient with a weapon can use a similar object as if it were his weapon. An object that bears no resemblance to a weapon deals 1d4 damage. If a character uses a ranged weapon to make a melee attack or throws a melee weapon that does not have a property, it also does 1d4. Does a pebble have a significant similarity to a weapon that you are proficient in?
Discus.
All right, I like that answer. Highs or lows, Sean?
High, please.
High. That's a 17. That's a high. You have proficiency. Make that that attack. It's still going to be D4 plus. No, it just says D4, so it's going to be D4 damage.
Okay, so no strength bonus.
Correct. For 2, your pebble comes flying out using your discus-like throwing skills, and you crush it right through the center of its skull head. It falls to pieces in front of you and dies.
That's great.
Oh, a pebble.
With that,
I'm gonna pop my second wind as well.
okay.
Man, your arm is like better than a sling, man. Look at that.
With that, the forest once again falls silent. The threat of these spectral skeletons is once again neutered.
Can I get my axe that I threw?
Yes, you absolutely can. You find it on the forest floor after a moment of searching and can put it back away.
All right. With that, Moji's gonna grab the axe and whisper at it, "I'm sorry," and then go back to Edelward, clasp him on the shoulder, and it's like, "You better than I thought," and then go to bed.
Excellent.
Nobody got injured, did they?
I think everybody got hit except for me.
I'm
no, wait.
back up to max now, so I'm fine.
All right, okay. Well, we'll be long resting anyways. So
Bro,
hopefully.
yeah, doesn't matter.
Alrighty. So, with that, the rest of the night passes fairly uneventfully, and you are once more picking up your journey along the way. You travel through the forest this next day. making your way out of what is the familiar forests around Rhineview and Timbervale. And as the rain continues into your next day, you enter a deeper, greener, lusher forest. The forest itself has a taller, older trees. At places, the canopy does come together and touch and provides kind of dry ground protection from the stormy rain and wind that has been kind of plaguing your group the rest of the way here. Here, there's also more sounds of life and kind of forest critters, even than in the forest that you just left. Seems to constantly be teeming. You see the flights of birds, even in the rain, the hops of rabbits and deer and foxes and all kinds of small predators and prey going about their kind of life cycle. You push on deeper and deeper still into this forest, and most of your day goes by uneventfully. The next day, you push through once more, making it deeper into the forest proper, when your lookout notices something interesting. Your lookout is Adelward. Adelward, you see not in your path, but up into the deeper section of the forest, north of you. You see something that is kind of gruesome and unexpected in this forest. Let's see here. There are, to your eye, a number of what appear to be corpses splayed out in a small kind of forest clearing. Each hanging around the edge of the clearing about 8 or so feet off the ground with dark, ugly vines holding them up. As you see this, what do you do?
Alright guys, don't get too close. I've had some experience with trees in this area before, and those vines might reach out to grab you. Stick kind of close to my back, approach up with me, and I'm just gonna edge towards it, but keeping aware of what's around us, and particularly what's on the floor in front of us. I don't want to step on
We can't go around all this? We're not in the middle of it already, are we?
I thought but it's
You're
sort
seeing
of
it not
blocking
in
our
the path
path
that you're in, but north of you, deeper into the forest. You're keeping a sharp eye out, and you see this up there in the forest, away from where you're traveling.
If there's evil bound, perhaps we should take care of it for any future travelers.
Yeah.
Here, before you go further, and Mortimer will lay his hand on Adelward's shoulder and cast protection from good and evil.
Okay.
Okay.
But I suppose we will we'll do as instructed, and if for nothing else, if we manage to pull these bodies down, then I'm sure you men of God wish to give them the rest that they so rightly are entitled to.
Okay. You take the protection spell and you wander closer into this kind of clearing. You will see that there are indeed exactly 13 corpses splayed out in a almost perfect circle around this clearing, each from a tree hanging by dark and ugly vines. You will find them to be different than the kind of spiky death vines that were reaching out and grabbing your party members from your previous mission. These are thick and dark and ugly, as if some kind of almost green or bluish fluid runs thick and through them, and it discolors the vines themselves. Each of the corpses that you see were heavily armed. Each of them bear a black hammer crest on the tunics. There are crossbow arrows that litter this area in all directions. As you get closer, you can just see tons of them. As you approach, go ahead and just give me a perception check here, DC 10.
Yep. I do have some questions about the body as well. But,
okay, sure.
If we want me to roll this first, then that's fine. We can do that,
go ahead and roll it first, and then ask me your question. Beautiful.
Yeah.
So you will see semi-hidden underneath one of the bodies, one that looks something akin to a leader, just based on the niceness of their armor. In the grass is a bound tome in some kind of unusual leather.
God, Necronomicon.
Do I see, first of all, with respect to the wood around us, you described the vines as having a sort of like discoloration, like a sort of blue or purplish kind of thing. Is that prominent throughout the wood, or is that just something I see
No, it
in
is
these
not
vines?
prominent throughout the rest of the wood. This stands out to you as unusual in the forest.
Okay, and do I see in their armor or in their flesh any kind of iconography that may have been sort of driven in as to imply some sort of ritualistic disposing of their bodies, or
You look
any
for
kind of symbology?
signs of ritual, but no. Their corpses are not entirely fresh. They seem to have hung here for some time. Each of them show wounds, like punctures, like large either teeth or claws that like would puncture down into them. Their flesh is discolored in a way that makes you think of poison or disease, but they don't bear any like ritual markings on them. The only like iconography that you see is the what was it? The
Hammer. Yeah.
black hammer crest on the tunic.
Is it
Right,
safe to
so-
approach?
But this is what I'm going to suggest has happened. I think that these vines are, if not sentient, shall we say animated, and that it is likely that this coloration is a form of toxin that they will inject people with when you are attacked by them. That does seem somewhat dangerous. I have a suggestion. I've seen you, my man, check your name, Onye, use fire before in order to weaken our enemies. Perhaps we ought to attack these vines from range and maybe try and burn them from range. Do try and avoid burning that tome.
It's actually a holy fire. I don't actually have real fire.
Oh, well, the tree won't know the difference. It's fine.
If you say so.
Well, I'm something of an expert on evil trees, so I'd give it a go.
And these things have they've taken over and possessed people before? Is that why you used protection?
No, it was. I think it was just a general protection, just in case.
All right on.
All right.
Mosey
So
wants
Onye,
to
do
get
you
it.
step up and start hurling sacred flames upon the vines?
How far are we all? I mean, they want me to just go walk up there and just start hurling.
It was
we'll
within
walk up with you.
sight of the party. So I'm gonna say it's probably a few hundred feet at most.
Actually, I'll tell
My
you what. I'm gonna,
range on Sacred Flame is
Sacred
60.
Flame's 60 feet, so you're gonna approach some amount to this clearing and start.
Question.
I guess
Tell
I
you
would
what
want
I'm
to make
gonna
sure
do.
that I'm walking into doesn't have a bunch of vines right in it. If
Yeah,
it does, then
that's-
I probably want to blast the vines there first.
Question, Greg.
He'll walk up with protection and just like if anything comes close to Onye, he'll cut it down. With
Okay,
his axe.
I like it. Yeah, Moji gonna protect Onye. Mortimer, what were you asking?
So, Edelward had mentioned the crest, right? This black hammer. Now, I'm trying to recall in memory. Was the Black Hammers, was that associated with one of the two sides in the war between Rhymeview and Rustport?
That is an excellent question, and it is not associated with Rhymeview, but let me double check my notes on Rustport. Rustport.
these bodies look relatively fresh, though, right?
Well, it was only
yes,
several years
not
ago.
not a war that was fought some years ago. That is correct.
Okay.
No. So the crest does not remind you of Rustport nor Rhymeview.
And it's not something else that any of us would be familiar with, like a local lord that's prominent in Rhymeview or Timbervale?
Not a current local lord, no.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, that's basically, I think, what the plan is we're going to go for the burn. I would like to make sure that in case we start to get overwhelmed, there's a sort of clear line of like retreat through the woods where there's, a place where there isn't lots of vines or something like that we can just, bogey down. But yeah, I'll stand next to Anya, like shield ready, and like Moji ready to attack any vines.
Moji with his great axe, Adelward with his shield, ready to protect Onye at the first sign of trouble.
I have my shield hand on holy symbol. I'm gripping it tightly to kind of get a little bit of the things poking into my hand, and my hand gets real hot. And then once I'm ready, I'll start Sacred Flaming.
All right. You start throwing out Sacred Flames. Everyone tenses, readying for some kind of danger. But instead, the plan works exactly as you would have hoped it does. The Sacred Flames rip into these vines, and as they kind of burn up, they snap. A kind of foul-smelling ichor oozes out of them, but the bodies fall to the earth that they were hanging above. Each in time, 13 Sacred Flames releasing them. As the vines kind of snap, they bleed out, and they were thick and engorged while they held the bodies, but as soon as that ichor comes out of them, they like shrivel up into small little, like almost nothing more than a blade of grass that was hanging long and down from the tree.
All right, then we're going to, I'll instruct everyone, let's approach back to back, and then each grab a body, drag them away from the vines, and just do this sequentially. We'll get them away, then we'll investigate their bodies, their tome, and I'll leave it to the religious gentlemen to give them the right they've been denied.
All right. You pull the bodies out and collect them for inspection and the tome. And we are getting really close to our 2-hour mark anyway, and I see that somebody could use a break. So why don't we take our break here, and we'll come back on the other side as you inspect what you have found out in the forest. I'm going to put on our break screen, and we'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes, and I hope to see you guys then.
Sweet.
Live. And welcome back, Twitch chat, to Land Beyond the Mist. Just before we took our break, the party had found some strange corpses hanging from the deep forest that they were traveling through. With some sacred flames and protection for their cleric, they burned away the vines that they hung from and have now collected these 13 corpses with a black hammer crest and a strange tome. That was semi-hidden in the shrubs, that is bound in an unknown leather.
Before we open up this tome, I'm going to need a vibe check on it. Does it have a giant skull in the middle of it that's sort of like shouting out horrid, ghostly, like indications?
It does not, actually. It does have an icon on the center, kind of stamped into the leather itself. It displays the same hammer crest, although it is more of a greenish hue on the leather and not a deep black like the crest on their tunics.
Would this perhaps be a religious symbol then? Is there some sort of, like, maybe I've seen it at a local temple?
Sure. Go ahead and give me a religion check here.
All right. Oh.
You are fairly certain you've never seen this symbol before in your life. This is brand new information to you.
This region, it's religions. They're nothing. The mainland religions are what matter.
I will open it up and presumably eat the glyph of warding for the party.
Right. You unbind the leather tome. The leather is supple and almost like feels half alive in your hands as you undo the binding. Like it doesn't move, but it just gives you that feeling of movement across your hand. And as you pull the book open, you will find an old script in it. It is faded to the point of near illegibility from its age. As you flip through the pages, they crackle and threaten to break in your hands, especially closer to the beginning of the book. It does seem to get more new as you go through it. You flip through it and read as best you can the passages. They seem to be written in a kind of multitude of hands over the course of the pages. Not a single author has written this book. And from what is still legible, you come across the following information. There is something written about a plague that destroyed everyone from the house of Dugrith. The plague featured is like symbolized in here by kind of a sketch of a creature. It has 4 legs and many horns on it. No legible name is given that you can find, but an entry does mention the creature reaved, unlike any worldly creature, and they fear that it could not be killed. There is passages of a secret order that was established as they sought to prevent another house falling to the same fate. Close to the end of the book, the last scrawl seems even more recent than the rest of it. And it reads, "We have tracked the flay scum, and tomorrow we shall attempt to prevent it from unleashing the..." And the entry ends.
Wow.
They killed him right before he could finish writing it.
I'm a bit confused. So is plague used in like a metaphorical sense for the beast, or is the beast like? Does it seem like the beast is a result of like an actual like disease?
I think that's up to your interpretation of how you read these passages.
Yeah, are you a fundamentalist religious person, or are you one of those more like metaphorical ones?
Oh well, no, gentlemen. It's more that I'm a bit of an expert on diseases, and so let me. I've got a book on them. Perhaps there's something related. Let me just look it over. Can I pull out my tome on diseases and see if there's anything that like transforms people
the same
into
one
similar
that you
sort of
bought
beings?
at the beginning of the campaign, correct?
Yes.
So you have used it already for a check. So you would need to either find a new manual or an updated book to use it again on your checks.
Oh, okay. I see. All right. Good to know. That's been a very expensive check. All right. Well, perhaps just my general knowledge would know if there are any like diseases that transform people in such a way. Like,
Sure.
I'm sure a lot of people have heard of lycanthropy, but it sounds nothing like that.
Yeah, absolutely. You can make a medicine check.
All right. 20.
A 20. Moji says he's going to help. Oh, you're packing the gear, not helping on the check. I see. Okay. The medicine check is a success. You look through your knowledge, and yes, there are. You mentioned lycanthropy, but there are many diseases that either have come from a monster, either from their diseased skin or diseased bite, like lycanthropy, or have themselves their death or their blood mixing with the crop or the water could cause disease. And there are also in your research monsters that disease people by getting into their blood, right? And causing this reaction. So I think that you don't know the specific creature here, this 4-legged multi-horned thing, but you are quite informed on the idea of monsters causing diseases, and you think this is very likely that the disease could have come from this creature.
Right. Well, gentlemen, yeah. As they're dealing with the rest of that, was there any indication in the book of like the location of the original family?
Not that is legible or discernible to this point.
Interesting.
And the same with regards to the location of. I kind of on my notes, I've kind of missed out that last bit. They were about to assault something, presumably this
yes,
creature.
I'll read for you the final entry again. The final entry reads, "We have tracked the flay scum, and tomorrow we shall attempt to prevent it from unleashing the..." And it trails off there and ends.
The flay scum. Obviously, these are some kind of a disease-ridden group of people or enemies, right?
Yeah.
Or whatever it
So it described this creature as wreathing in something which I am going to assume is flame. Do I, number one, aside from what we've done, notice any signs of burning or fire or like charred wood? And secondly, long shot, I don't smell anything, but well, I suppose I do now. I smell the trees burning that we just set fire to. Did I smell anything burning before we did that?
I'm not sure
I'm
if you
guessing not.
knew to smell before what you
Right.
were looking for, but as you observe the bodies more closely now that you have pulled them down, you indeed find some kind of flame amongst the puncture marks. Where the punctures have occurred on the bodies, there is blistering and evidence of burning near those punctures.
Moji, so according the punctures, do they look like it came from the tree specifically, or did like another creature?
As you look at the trees and you look at like what's left of these vines and remember what they looked like before the ichor ran out of them, you are pretty certain that the vines did not cause these wounds.
And the tree itself looks like relatively normal.
Yeah,
not
the trees
necessarily-
themselves seem to be in keeping with the rest of the forest.
We had a sketch of the creature itself in that book, right? Did it have like fangs and claws and that sort of thing?
Many horns, yeah, long claws, fangs, horns across its body, like almost
Alright.
like spines.
Sure. So that makes sense.
Moji will take his axe and just cleave it into the tree that they were holding on to, seeing if there's something different happens.
You cleave nice and deep, a good gash across the chunk of the tree's trunk, but it doesn't react. It seems to be a regular tree to you.
Okay, guys, I would like to spend some time, if we could, exploring the area to see if we can notice any tracks that we might be able to associate with the drawing that we have in front of us, or see if there's any indication within the woods generally that there is something still alive in this area that fits this sort of description that we have moving about here, and see if we can track it down.
Do you
It's
think
spreading
whatever it
disease.
was killed these 12 people, that we could take it?
13. Heavily armed and armored people.
Yeah.
Well,
It's
maybe
concerning.
not, but
It'd be good to verify if the creature's in the area at least. Maybe let's not follow the tracks to the source. Before we go, though, I do think
I'm just looking around.
maybe should collect something. And is there any? So you had said like the ichor had sort of like ran out of the vines, Greg. Now I'm thinking, perhaps this would be useful to collect for the future in case this thing does pop up and spread disease amongst people. There might be some solution if we can collect what looked like a diseased substance. And I have
Okay.
several vials on me. Can I try to gather some that's like dripping out of the remains of the vines in a vial?
I think that it poured out of the vines rather quickly, but it pools up on the ground, mixing with kind of the mud and the water that's still coming down. But yeah, you can fill those vials up.
All right. I'll just call it a vial of scum juice.
Anya, would you be able to? Do you think maybe you're best suited to try and track down this creature if we can find it? Oh, it's muted.
Sorry, my brother just came up and talked to me. So I guess I can, yeah, if you want. I heard you, and then I forgot
It's at least
exactly what
good
you
to
said.
know.
Tracking, that's right.
Moji's like, I just want to know where it is so we don't go there. 'Cause it's not a it's not a tree. Not that interesting.
I guess I'll do some tracking around the immediate area, kind of looking for other signs of anything. I don't know how far away he really wanted to go. Maybe we spend 10 to 20 minutes doing this. I'm not sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead and give me a survival check. 17. You spend some time in this clearing looking for tracks. What you don't find are like big tracks of a creature anywhere, but sure enough, there seems to be a trail it's hard to follow because it's intermittent and will kind of disappear for a period of time. But there does seem to be like scorched marks on a tree trunk or a place where clearly there has been flame that has taken a bush. And like there's just a trail of like the residue of flame and fire that kind of leads your way north and east through the forest.
North and east. I was thinking it might be heading towards the ruins up here. That's funny. Maybe it's in general just heading that way.
Following it. Let's go.
Are you certain, gentlemen? Or maybe this is a later adventure. We don't want to get too sidetracked.
Listen, we can't just simply permit this creature to continue to poison the local environment and attack those who walk past, can we?
These corpses are pretty old, right?
Yeah, they're not recent. They've begun to decay and desiccate. They've been hanging here for some time, but they aren't ancient either.
Well, I'd say, I think if we can locate the creature, if it's still there, fine. But maybe we should think twice before engaging it if we do come across it.
Moji agrees. He will cut into the trees that we're going by, so we can have an easy marker to know where we're going.
Okay.
Yes.
Very smart. I like that.
I think I want to track. I mean, I don't know. I think I'd rather just mark this location where the tracks are and where we marked trees and tell people that there's a path heading northeast and that it can be investigated as a destination because, I don't know. It just seems like these guys all got wiped. I don't really want to die.
Yeah, okay, well, it sounds like if the majority of the party is more interested in marking the location, leaving a clear indication of the directions of the tracks, I think then perhaps we've outvoted you.
And we'll warn people about it who take this road and stuff like that. That way, you know.
We'll bring the book and what we've found to some authority. Perhaps the queen herself should know about this.
I'm sure she's busy.
Actually, that's a good thing. If they know about this flay thing, then.
But we'll be meeting her ourselves, so we might as well mention it when we get there.
Might as well mention it, and then if it's a big problem, if it's something that we can investigate and way back, we'll probably do that.
All right. I think we have a plan, gentlemen.
Okay, very good. You mark the trees with Moji's axe so that it can be a location found again, and you move on, continuing your journey once more.
Question.
Yes.
Sorry, before we go. So, do we manage to save their armor and weapons and because you said they were pretty intact and well made?
You can. Remember that without enough reputation, you cannot sell used equipment.
Well, hopefully that's what we're working on today.
Okay. Yes, you may take the armor. There are 13 corpses. Each of them have the Black Crest armor.
I guess we'll have to store this all in a cache until we can go
basically
sell it somewhere.
We can take care of that at the end of the session, but just to make sure that we have them.
No, I mean we'll put a cache down until someone has enough reputation to sell it, and maybe we can find a way to distribute the money and hang out again.
Certainly, but we should take them on the oxen.
Yeah.
We have.
For caravan and whatnot. I was going to say, what weapons do they have? Are there any special, perhaps super battle axes that maybe look like they may have?
You look for special weapons. Other than the litter of crossbow bolts that are throughout this place, you don't actually see any of their weapons. There are no crossbows themselves. There are no axes or swords or... The corpses have their armor upon them, but you do not find their actual weapons anywhere to be seen.
Interesting.
Does it look like the battle occurred here?
Oh, most definitely. There are crossbow bolts littering this area.
Interesting. So, that's odd. The creature either took them or somebody else took them. I don't. Well, we won't solve that by just looking at the bodies and whatnot.
Well, at any rate, I was fixing my mic so I didn't hear if you said that you did this. Did you say that you were going to give them their last rites or whatever, or are you just going to leave them?
I think that most certainly we'll give them their last rites. I don't know if we'll dig graves for them.
No,
but
fine.
no. Well, yeah.
Are
It
we
might
near
not
the
be
sea?
too hard to like put them in a circle and burn the circle. You know.
Well, we
Sure.
do have these trees that Moji is excited to chop into. We could
It
just,
shouldn't be too hard to make a circle out of it and put some wood underneath and on top of them and just light it on fire.
You just
Exactly.
sacred flame them. Just do
The
that.
second flame them.
All right. You give the last rites some flame to the trees and to the bodies and move on once more.
One last thing before we move on.
Yes.
What did they look like? Humans, dwarves, semi-elves? What's going on?
There were 6 dwarves very clearly
Oh.
amongst them, and there were 7 larger humanoids. At least 4 of them were easily human. The other 3 uncertain. Their bodies had desiccated to a point where you aren't sure exactly their species.
They didn't have
Blackhammer.
cuts or
It's the
anything.
Dwarven clan under the Dragonfire mine, isn't it?
Wait.
No. The
No.
Dwarven clan under the Dragonfire mine has a different symbol. Let me see if I can find that really quickly. It's in a different document.
Thought I
It
was
sounded
onto
like
something.
it sounded like from your description there that they're in varying stages of desiccation. Did you say in terms
Yes,
of like?
that is.
So
That
it
is
looks
true.
so it looks like they didn't all die at the same time. Like some of them have been out here for a while.
There
That
was a
is-
large battle at that location.
But that
Which is
probably just
odd.
means the 6. That probably just means the 6 dwarves all got killed at once. So I'm less. I mean, I think we can take whatever this is. I'm just putting it out there. You know, what I mean, I'm very confident in myself. But if you guys, you know, if you're not comfortable, I won't force anything.
Maybe on our way back if we're feeling confident.
One really good hit and I'm done for. You know.
So the dwarven hold underneath the Dragonfire mine is run by the Emberbeards, and the Emberbeards, much like their namesake, have a symbol of like a coal or flame-filled dwarven beard as their insignia.
All right. Well, I think if we can give thought to maybe taking care of it on the way back, but we really should deliver this letter to the queen. If somebody's
Yeah. Let's.
desperate enough to kill us over it, that seems pretty important.
All right, excellent. You continue on, leaving this strange finding behind you. The party started here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Continues on the next day, passing by a small lake. And continuing their trek. That day's travel goes largely uneventfully, without much in the way of encounters. After another night's sleep, you continue into a new change in the forest. This deep, dark, kind of old forest gives way to a much newer forest. A much less trees kind of interspersed throughout. They are kind of tall and slender. Definitely a younger forest. The canopy doesn't give you near the protection from the wind and the rain you had just been appreciating. As you come through this forest in like the kind of end of your journey, your scout will once again find some dangers coming your way. You will see a group of humanoids that you look at them and you think that they must be hobgoblins as you get a better look. And they are preparing for themselves a nice little trap. I'm going to show you what it looks like as you are looking at them. This trap here is what they want to do. They are setting up a blockade around where your caravan would be going, with trees meant to fall and stop your way, and setting up on these paths here. You are still some place back to the kind of southwest as you're approaching. You see them putting the finishing touches on this, and in order to get to Shallow Rest, you will have to travel through this blockade. So, as a superior lookout, Edelward, you notice this before running into it. What do you do?
Do they see us like conspicuously, or are they still just attending to
They know that you're coming, right? They're setting up this trap, and
Okay.
they clearly have put it in your way to like spring it upon you.
So they see us coming. Okay. I'm gonna take a few steps forward and bellow in Goblin. Others, might we pass this way? They call me El Jefe, Goblin Chief from down the south.
All right.
Are you a
Perhaps you
hobgoblin?
perhaps you cannot see through the disguise that my wizard friend has put upon us. But,
You bellow out that you are known as El Jefe. Give me some deception charisma roll with that. That was brilliant.
I love it.
charisma. Oh, deception. Yeah. There we go.
Okay, you 13. The hobgoblins turn at the sound of your voice, stopping what they are doing, and they attempt to figure out how persuasive you are. You are very persuasive. They stop, and they look at you. Efe, why didn't you say so? Are these your prisoners?
No, brothers, no. They are like us. Unfortunately, you'll have to forgive our foul smell, but we've spent the last few days hiding amidst the humanoids within their towns and villages, having succeeded in robbing them blind and with respect to magical scrolls, potions, gold of all kinds. Come look, and we will share our exploits and our rewards with you.
Okay, you invite them over, and the hobgoblins walk up to you. I guess without their trap set, they leave their trap, and so they'll walk over towards your caravan. I suppose here. Let me go to the map layer here. I'm gonna get rid of their trees.
This is a magic potion. I had him the poison that what's his face collected. No, I'm kidding.
These
I point at it,
these
though.
guys all just kind of start walking up. Yeah, they're like, oh, okay, yeah. El Jefe's gonna share some rewards with us. That sounds great.
Yeah. So I'm gonna walk up. Do they seem to be carrying shields or just swords?
Let's see. I will tell you what their equipment is. The hobgoblins have chainmail and a shield, along with a long sword, and 4 of them are wearing long bows upon their back.
Chainmail and a shield. Okay. If I were to, are they currently at ready with the shield, or if I were to just sort of
I don't think so. No, they're convinced that you're a goblin in disguise, and you're gonna give them the plunder that they're owed. So they're walking up. The shield's like in their hand. They were about to ambush you, but they don't have it like up at the ready or anything.
Gentlemen, we have fine armor for you
hiding
if you will
here.
come over here.
Wait. They will understand you because you don't speak Goblin, presumably, right?
Oh, good
Yeah.
point. Yeah. If you're
Yeah,
speaking, I thought you were talking
mute.
in common. Never mind then.
No. I'm yelling in Goblin. So I'm gonna walk up to one of them with the boys around me, and I'm gonna hold out my hammer in front and say, "See this, brothers? This hammer permits you to speak common. I'm gonna teach you to speak common with this hammer, and I'm gonna smash him straight in the skull." As we walk up.
All right. He's
Moji
convinced
sees
that you're a
that-
goblin that's gonna give him some loot, so he's surprised as you smash him with your hammer. Go ahead and give me a roll to hit with advantage here.
Okay.
I think Moji was waiting to throw his javelin.
Absolutely. Moji, get that javelin off as the warhammer comes crashing down right on the leader. Roll me some damage. For 6 points of damage on the hobgoblin in the front. Okay, the hobgoblin is bloodied. There's just like a hammer has caused like blood to come down his like face. Moji, you pop out from behind this tree that you've been hiding in. Whoa! Javelin ready to go. Chuck that baby. Oh my god, you critically hit.
Oh wait, if I'm a half orc, don't I get like an extra die or something if I? Or is that for auto attack?
Is that half orc or full orc that gets the
Half
relentless
orc.
criticals?
Savage attacks when you score a critical death with a melee weapon attack. Oh, melee weapon attack. I'm throwing it. So
Yeah. So with a melee, you would get the extra die, but on this one, no.
Yes, it is. All right. But it's gonna
But
happen.
you, for 12 points of damage, plus some rage, your javelin just takes the hobgoblin right in the throat. He goes down.
With the rest of the two clerics, would they have walked up? with
Sure.
me, or
Why don't they make a surprise round here? What do you guys do?
I'm probably standing right where I am. I'll just Sacred Flame this guy right here, kind of on the left.
Absolutely, you do so.
Grip my holy symbol tightly and until it burns, and then I 7 damage,
Wow.
maybe.
7 damage is a pretty good one. He gets a dex save against it. He is surprised. So he rolls a 2, 7 points of damage. This guy erupts amongst sacred fire and is bloodied by your blow. Mortimer.
Alright, so I think what I'm going to do is... Where is it? Shield of Faith as a bonus action,
Okay.
and Sacred Flame as the main action.
All right.
And I will target the same guy that
Same
just
guy.
got hit.
Excellent.
not
He
very
fails again, taking another 4 points of damage, which adds up to 11. This hobgoblin goes down. With your surprise ambush, like, I don't even know, you're ambushing the ambushers, I don't know what a name for that is, goes off successfully. Everyone roll initiative as these creatures have decided it is time to draw their blades.
We slam
Counterbush, that's what it's called.
A counterbush.
I think this is Aethelwald's. It's all his Aethelwald, or how do you pronounce that exactly? Actually,
I'm not sure
Hey.
either, frankly. It's an Anglo-Saxon thing, but I think it's like Idleworld or something like that. But yeah.
yeah, Aethelwald. Yeah, something like
Aethelwald,
that
yeah.
makes sense. Yeah.
That AE combo has like a specific pronunciation, and I'm not real certain about what it is. I'm not.
I didn't click my token again.
Didn't click your token? That's okay. We'll add you in, Moji.
I'm sorry.
No worries. It happens to me all the time. So Moji rolled a what? 18.
18.
Beautiful.
Wow, he's slower than usual, and for some reason.
All right. With that, Onye, you are the first to react as this a counter bush goes off flawlessly. What do you do?
I will move, hopping like over here, I guess, and then like moving along the top of this area.
Okay.
Probably only can get right there, really, with my little hop, and I'll Sacred Flame this guy in the back over here. That way.
Absolutely. They're ready for you this time, so no disadvantage. But he still fails and will take 2 points of damage. That guy in the back.
And I'll bonus action cast Shield of Faith on my friend in the melee up there, Aethelwald.
Remind me Shield of Faith's range?
60 feet.
60 feet. Brilliant. Okay, you do indeed. Adelward has a Shield of Faith upon him. Excellent. Speaking of, Adelward, you are staring down a hobgoblin with a javelin in its throat. A magic aura starts to surround you. What do?
Taking no time, moving quickly, not wanting to get surrounded. He's going to very expeditiously move up to this next goblin and bring his hammer down, trying to swing it into this guy's center of his breastplate. Missing, I think.
15 may or may not hit here. It does not. Your hammer swings down, and he interposes a shield between the blow and himself, and it just clatters with a thunderous roar against his shield.
Okay, then Adelward's going to try and pop his shield out of the way with his own shield, with his action surge, and then try to hit. Doesn't work, unfortunately.
This hobgoblin has combat experience, you can tell. He was ready for your feint, and he knocks your second blow aside. All right. Mortimer, you see deadly combat happening out in front of you. What do?
I'll move up, and I am going to try to Guiding Bolt, the one that Adelward is fighting.
Okay.
while he is distracted.
Excellent.
Only a
15 also does not hit. I think maybe the trees get in the way of your aiming and it just goes wide.
All right.
All right, Moji, you're up on a cliff face watching this go down. You've thrown a javelin successfully. What do you do?
Moji does not have his shield strapped to him this time, so he's running up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, he'll just do it here. And he's going to two-hand this sucker right into his face.
Oh, brilliant.
Hopefully.
A 20, your battle axe cleaves past his shield. He's too, like, focused on the assault from Adelward and Mortimer. You get him clean.
Oof.
Whoa, for 17
damage.
points of damage. You just take his head off, I think.
Yeah.
You just, one clean swing right at his neck. Poof, it goes popping off.
And Moji will look at Edward for approval, like, I do good. Good.
All right. Hobgoblins
And actually,
go.
with that, I'll move. I have one more thing of movement.
Yeah?
I'm going to move right here.
Okay.
Yeah, here.
All right. The hobgoblins just witnessed half of their numbers slain before they could even move by the people they were trying to ambush. They succeed their morale check. So I think what happens is they want vengeance. They're like, no, not Bumper Thunder! And they raise their swords and they will step forward. Both of them are going to come after Moji since he's kind of like the one in the way right in front of them. The first one, they pull up the two-hand themselves. They're like, you know what? Yes, this is how we're going to fight. We like your style, good friend. With a 15, the first one brings it down at you. Was that it?
That's it.
All right. He slashes at you with a woo. That's
a big
not
number.
the correct damage. Okay. Let's just roll it
Control over it?
like normal here then. Let's see. Two-handed sword is D10 plus 1. For 3 points of damage, it slashes into
Moji will
you.
take one of those damages.
Nice. Nice. And the second one will bring his longsword up as well. Same theory, slashing into you. Oh, but he like hits the trunk of the tree that you're right next to, and he can't get you. Onye, you're the next to react watching this fight go down. What do you do?
You're muted.
Oh, you're muted.
Sorry, that's 20 feet, 25, 30. And I guess I will just Sacred Flame. I'll Sacred Flame the guy in the back again. I think I did him 2 damage previously.
Yep,
I think
you did.
Clicking button. Why isn't it clicking? I can't do stuff. There it is. There it is.
Nice. All right, he will make a dexterity saving throw once more. With an 11, he fails, taking another 7 points of damage. The sacred light engulfs him, and he leaves the light bloodied and like dragging his longsword across the ground. Edelward, it is your turn once more.
Seeing both the hobgoblins go after Manji, Adelward will begin to laugh monomaniacally and yell, "Yes, fear the might of El Jefe," and will then walk up along his flank and pulverize him in the side.
Oh, that 23 does pulverize. For 6 points of damage, you strike the hobgoblin, bloodying him with your hammer, but he does not go down. Mortimer, there's still 2 of these here. What do you do?
So I think Mortimer will Sacred Flame the guy at the bottom.
Okay, absolutely.
He's gonna move up 1, 2, 3. I'll move up to there.
All right. Your sacred light dances forth. He succeeds this save, getting the practice from Onye, and manages to avoid it. Moji, it comes to you. What will you do?
Does one look more damaged than the other?
Yes, the one that has taken both of the sacred flames is dragging a little bit more, though both are bloodied.
Okay, I'm gonna hit the one that's not as damaged.
Okay.
Moji is confident he can do this.
At 19 hits, your battle axe strikes true for
15
15 damage. Whoa.
Yeah, you can just kill it, right? Makes sense.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Your battle axe cleaves him in twain as well, dropping another of these creatures in front of you.
Man, I can't grab the other guy. Darn it. I'm gonna level my axe at him and be like, drop it. Drop weapon, surrender, or die. Because I've killed 3 of these bad boys.
You have. Make me an intimidation check.
I just so happen to be proficient in intimidation.
Beautiful. I love it. Oh, yes. It's the hobgoblin's turn. He, like, wets himself as you make that threat. He throws down the longsword and sprints away from you as fast as he can go. Blah! He doesn't disengage. He just runs. Do you want to cut him down?
I want to catch him, honestly. And I was hoping he would, but he can't understand me. What are you going to say?
In 5e, you are allowed to make an attack and claim non-lethal damage.
We're doing it.
You could try to grapple him with your opportunity attack.
Good. But I think knocking him out is
I
going to be...
don't believe you can grapple with your opportunity attack.
Yeah, I'm hitting him.
Your 20 strikes true. Show me how much damage you do.
He didn't die.
11! That is exactly enough. You take the backside of your axe as he turns to run, and you just boom right on the back of his head. He drops unconscious immediately, like falling on the ground, and is unable to get away.
And then he's going to grab him, tie him up, and throw him in the back of the caravan.
All right. You have a hobgoblin prisoner in the back of your caravan. The rest of the forest falls silent as you have taken care of the threat in front of you. Tell me, now that this fight has gone down, and you have captured yourself a colleague of Bumper Thunder, what will you do?
Grab their swords, throw them in the back. I don't think people want chainmail made from goblins. I don't know.
He said it was nice. We can't really
They
sell
probably
it.
didn't make it themselves.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys want to, I'll grab that, go in the back, and he'll say to Edelworld, you speak him, figure out what we do.
Yeah, I'll be on that. Do you want to take like 5 minutes or something like that? You caught a little bit of a nick there from that guy's
Moji's
longsword.
fine. He just wipes the little bit of blood that came on him, like just flexes, and the blood kind of stops.
Oh, damn!
It's like it's small flesh wound. Moji has cut many trees. It happens. Get ready to go.
Do they have any coin on them, perhaps?
They do indeed. They have 10, 11 gold pieces in a small pouch.
Not bad.
How much did we get off of the bandits?
15.
15.
50, yeah.
11 to 15? That's
So yeah, we're up to 36.
We almost made
It's
back what we spent.
We're gonna have to spend it again to get back.
11
Yeah,
almost
true.
pays back Sean, and then we haven't even paid back Mortimer yet. Yeah, no worries.
If we're caravanning on a wagon, I guess it won't actually make any difference, but maybe just thematically. Can I sit on the wagon and short rest as it moves down the road?
Yeah,
Or
no problem.
sit around?
Yeah, if you guys want a short rest after that battle, it takes 10 minutes to short rest, and once again, you can spend hit dice up to 1/2 of your total hit dice pool rounded up to recover hit points, as well as regain class features and powers associated with the short rest.
Is there anything cool they were using to trap this trap area that I can take with us?
No,
tree
it's
trunk?
mostly just like fallen, like big log tree trunks, and they had like a little lever system that they were setting up so that as you got close, they would just hit it and then they would crash down. Yeah.
When
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. You go
I
ahead.
was just going to say, when the hobgoblin regains consciousness, so you may want to do your thing first. But I'm going to ask for, is it Monji or Mangy?
Moji.
Moji, sorry, to just hang around in the background. Given he seemed quite concerned about you at the time, it might help our cause of getting information out of him.
What are you hoping to
Moji
get
will-
out of the guy? He's just a hobgoblin bandit.
I want to find
Moji
out where
wants
the rest
to
of his
see
camp is.
Exactly where his camp is, who hired him to do this, because it's obviously planned. If it's that guy in the hat, he knows he's going to actually take super action, because the first time he understands, got to make some money. Second time, it's getting kind of personal, and Moji doesn't like that crap. Third, I want to figure out, has anything, while I've been hitting these goblins and duders and whatnot, has my ring done anything? Have I felt any differently during this time?
Oh yeah, you've spent some time with this ring. You know, combat wise, you haven't really noticed much. But what you have noticed is at night, as you've been wearing this ring, your vision seems extra clear. And you are aware that the moonlit ring will grant you 60 feet of dark vision, in addition to whatever else that you have. So it will, if you had 30 feet before, it will grant you additional feet of dark vision.
Awesome.
Do you wanna throw me the ring? Because
Sure.
I'm doing the lookout and I can't see in the dark anyway.
Yeah,
So
I already have 60, so you can take the other 60, and I'll just go down from 120 to 60.
okay. So ring of dark sight. Okay.
Cool. Well. you
All
should probably
right.
get going then.
The caravan moves on, trottling down the road. It takes 2 hours, according to the dice, for this hobgoblin to wake up in the back of your caravan. He's tied up and immediately sees Moji like standing over him. Ah!
All right, my man. These might be your last words, so either make them honest or make them good. The choice is yours. We want to know a few things.
Oh, what do you want to know?
We want to know where's
Razzle
your camp?
dazzle, tell you.
Where's your camp? Direction, distance, how much? Get out,
Day
lad.
north.
North.
Past
How far
ruins.
north? Past ruins. How many? How far does sun move when you're walking down here? Do you have a concept of time? Do you know what time is?
Day.
Day. Day north. Ooh. We'd arrive late if we did that, boys. Were you hired to do this?
Yes.
Where did you get that gold from? Who hired you?
Don't know. Scary man
Is
in
it so-
black.
Wearing a cloak? Did he have a big hat?
Big hat. Big hat. Yes. Sloppy. Lots of water.
Fair enough. Does anyone else want to know anything?
You convey all this back to us, basically.
Yeah.
Moji respects it, and he'll say, if you guys want to, after we get done with him, we can let him go, take all this stuff, but I'm okay with letting him go, but it's up to you.
Could let him go, or we could take him with us to Shallow Rest. They could hold him prisoner, given he is a bandit. We can inform the local guards or what have you of where this bandit camp is, and if we don't have the time to get it ourselves, maybe they can go over and, sort him
I'm
out.
okay with this as well.
Good idea.
if
You
we
should be
let-
made
if
a
we let-
public example of.
If we let him go, he's going to warn the hobgoblins, and if they're nomadic, which I imagine they are, they're just going to move the camp. So, yeah.
I agree. We should take him with. We don't need to bother with food. We're just a few days out.
Yeah.
All right.
Wait,
Alright.
bother with food? What do you mean?
Feeding
Planning
him.
on eating him?
No.
He's got to eat. But Moji will punch him and knock him out so that he won't have to eat.
Oh,
Knock him
feed
out again. Thank you for answering our questions. Bah!
This is very thematic.
Brilliant. You knock him out and continue on your journey once more. Excellent. Let me put us back on the map here. You have been traveling a long and hard way through these ruins. You are running down to the last of your rations, maybe only a couple of days left. And eventually, as you make through the forest, you camp an additional night right on the edge of it. But you can hear the sounds of town and city in the distance. After the end of the night, you make your way out of the forest, finding yourself in large farming plains. The rain still comes down, the wind whips, but you see Shallow Rest, and it is surrounded by lush farmland, rich with crop nearing time for harvest. You eventually make your way to Shallow Rest. The city itself is one of the older cities here in the Shrouded Coast. One of the first of the Imperium's attempts to land here. It sits near enough to the coast to have access to it, but the city itself is not a port city like Rhineview. Instead, it sits surrounded by grains and fields and small kind of hubs and towns that you pass on the way through. Even with the rain and the wind, you see people out and about, working, traveling. The city itself is walled, about 12-foot high stone, has guard towers upon it. But the gates are open, and as you walk in, you get this kind of bustling but rainy vibe. People are trying to stay out of the rain to the best of their ability, but they are still going about their business. As you are approaching with a caravan, city guards will come to kind of inspect it. They are dressed in kind of colorful cloaks that rest over the top of what is clearly like heavy armor. These guards are wearing some kind of plate, maybe half plate or a breastplate beneath it, and they walk with purpose. And are clearly well trained, but they have the colors of Shallow Rest kind of upon them. You will see that the guards themselves consist mainly of what appear to be full-blooded elves, though they are darker in complexion and nature than what you have most commonly seen amongst the Imperium. Their skin's hues range from kind of this like dark ochre and purple and like blacker pigmentations, and their gait and mood, while still very sylvan, still very elven, has purpose and intensity behind it that is perhaps unusual if you haven't seen these elves before.
Are these the elves that in the mainland we would have heard if they originated underground, so to say?
Yes. These remind you a lot of Drow, absolutely. In fact, that is the distinction that they go by. In the Shrouded Coast, the Drow are not dwellers of the underground. These are elves of the Winter Court of Fae. They are like cousin to the kind of elves, the wood elves, the high elves that you know, but just of a different kind of sensibility. They are, one of their leaders is actually sitting queen of Shallow Rest. She married into the royal family. This is something that is common knowledge and is known. And due to her long lifespan, she sits on the throne longer than anyone else.
She's the highest representative of the Imperium here in the Shrouded Coast.
Yes, she is.
Interesting.
Okay.
Yeah,
we'll call the guards over, yeah. Well, first of all,
the guards don't need to be called over. They're coming to inspect the caravan. They come up to the four of you. Welcome to Shallow's Rest. We're happy to have you come through. I see you are bringing a caravan in. It is only right that we inspect it to make sure the goods that come in are upright and outstanding.
We're carrying a prisoner, by the way, just so you know, before you get too far.
A prisoner, you say? What is the nature of this prisoner?
A vagabond and nomadic hobgoblin. There's a bandit that's attacked us on the path.
Well, not just any bandit. He admitted to being hired by the same guy who attacked us on the way here. Should we show them? I mean, I would assume we would show these.
What is the
symbology on the ring?
He looks at the ring and says, I am not familiar with this symbology. But we have had issues with hobgoblins in the nearby forest to our northwest. If you have captured one of them, then we would be happy to make an example and punish him for you. We would be taking him off your hands.
That would be best. Do you know the location of their camp already? With this, we now have possessed that knowledge ourselves.
They
I don't know if
tend
that's
to
used
move across the forests. We have sent men to deal with them in the past, but it seems every time we have knowledge of their location, it changes before we can get there.
Well, at any rate, if you wish to act quickly, they are apparently 1 day's march directly to the north. Oh no, it would be 2 days from here.
Yeah.
It's been another day. Yeah.
2 days north. Wouldn't be near the Cinder Ruins, would it?
Yes.
He said north of the ruins, yes.
North of the ruins. Would be troublesome to have people take residence up there again. We will send a party to check them out, if you please. And he will step up to the back of the caravan. He inspects your goods there. He kind of eyes you a little bit when he sees that you have 16 sets of armor and swords and tons of crossbows and stuff. And armor dealers, are we? Or weapons dealers?
Unfortunately not. We came across a grisly sight. 13 or so men strung up by vines of putrid and foul nature. We took them down from there and gave them their last rest, but we didn't think it proper to have their weaponry and armor go to waste, so we thought we'd bring it along with us.
Oh, well, it seems to be in order, even if a bit grisly. Welcome to Shallow's Rest.
Moji asked, "You hear of Flay?"
A flay.
The Flay.
The flay.
Horns, claws, scary, monstery thing.
I will show him the picture.
Oh, you open up the leather-bound book and show it to him. He looks at the sketch, shakes his head. No, I've not seen the like such as this. There are creatures in the lands here that I am sure predate even our great queen, but I know not of this particular one.
This
Elf,
one
you've
killed
been around.
men.
Oh, I have seen 100 summers.
I was
Oh,
going to
what's
say
it?
that they appear to have attacked a noble family of some sort, perhaps Dwarven, the Blackhammer clan. Have you ever heard of them?
No, the Black Hammer. I have not.
All right.
The insignia is on the armor, so I think he would have said if he'd spotted it.
Oh, we go see Queen. Thank you.
Yeah,
All right.
Yeah.
Excellent.
I guess we can ask the way to the palace. We have important business.
Yes. If you show him the imperial seal on the letter, say that you have a delivery to be made, he will escort you to the palace. Not personally. He gets a group of kind of guards. I think 4. I think is a reasonable number, and they will escort you up to the palace. They take the caravan to a nice inn or something and let the oxen off the bridle so that they can rest from their journey, and they will march you kind of through the streets. The keep itself is in the center of the city. You will go through kind of residential and market districts up to the center of it. This is a fairly wealthy city. It doesn't have the bustling trade feel of Rhymeview, but it has that kind of just aristocratic feel to it. Lots of art, lots of kind of interesting architecture to the buildings themselves, much less functional than Rhymeview, more appreciative. There's large kind of parks and gardens that you'll kind of walk through as you make your
Much
way up.
older city than Rhymeview.
Yes, this is a much older city than Rhymeview.
As
I've
Moji
actually
sees the
done that.
people walking around, he'll try to walk kind of proper and how they're doing it, like aristocratic, yes, indeed, quite.
Yeah, people take notice.
Just imitating people.
People take notice. They see you, this tall, imposing half orc, walking properly, being escorted through the city by a royal guard. Yeah, you get a lot of attention. Absolutely.
Moji is pleased.
Good. Eventually, you make your way through to the castle itself. You're asked to wait in a waiting room before meeting with the queen. She's of course busy and can't be summoned at a moment's notice. But you are treated well, given refreshment, and kind of in a small, by castle standards, small waiting room with some butlers and whatnot. Yes, Edelweiss.
Before we split from the guard, I'll shake his hand and I'll say, with regards to the goblin, he was quite forthcoming with the information. I don't think it's necessary to be cruel in any way when it comes to his end. Give him a quick one. Don't worry about it.
I appreciate the advice. We'll take that into consideration, for sure. All right. So you eventually are led into not the great throne room itself, but kind of past it to a side kind of just meeting chamber, where the queen herself is seated. Let me pull up Shallow's Rest here. This is Queen Chadra Duskrin. She is the Drow Queen of Shallow Rest, long-lived and daughter to the original queen who married into this family and kind of created the alliance that set up Shallow Rest. She has soft elven features and brilliant white silver hair that belie a more calculating and shrewd nature, right? You see these soft features, but she is well known for being shrewd, calculating, politically very savvy, and is with that kind of intensity that you kind of see in her eyes, despite her kind of soft fey features as you approach. You are greeted by a kind of curt nod of the head and a small smile as she says, "I hear that you are messengers from the Imperium."
Indeed, Your Majesty.
Time view, in the name of the Imperium, my lady.
Excellent. Well, I appreciate you making sure that the messages are found to the way home. If you would, what is the message?
By our blade, it was carried for your eyes only, and may we... it's still bound and ready for you to open up, though I must inform you, I don't know if this is your purview, but we were approached on the road almost immediately after setting out by men who bore this sigil upon their rings, who instructed us to
which you're wearing.
Exchange. yeah. I'll take it off and I'll show her. Who instructed us to exchange this letter for another. I believe that you have some enemies.
Looks at it for a moment, and looks to you. Says, "You did not take them up on this offer, did you?"
Of course not.
We tried to get the other letter from him, the one he wanted to replace it with, but he managed to run away while his companions were slaughtered, and a few of them also ran away. We couldn't track them.
She slides the ring back across the table to you. She says, "This is a signia of the consortium, the Midnight Society. They aren't officially recognized, but anyone with a modicum of power knows how to contact them. Sometimes their services are useful."
Well, they were certainly persistent because later they hired their own. They hired a hobgoblin camp to try to ambush us specifically.
I see. She kind of waggles a finger at a servant who will come and collect the message from you. She observes it, looks at the seal. She takes from a drawer next to her a small bit of silver powder on her finger, licks it, and incants something under her breath. You see her eyes flare with kind of a magical, like, dark black fire as she looks and appraises the paper before running a fingernail through the wax, breaking it, and unfurling it, looking at the message. She reads silently to herself for a moment before folding it up, and then before doing anything else, the black flame from her eyes it leaps forth and it like envelops the message, burning it down to ash. She thinks for a moment, says, "Well, it is good that you have brought this to my attention. Thank you for your services. I will see that you are rewarded for completion of this mission."
Before you go, milady, there is one other matter that we came across on our travels here that might be worthy of your attention. And
I'll get
I'll
the
pull
book
out
out. Yeah.
the book. Yeah, and we'll explain the situation that we came across and the supposed monster that causes the terrible disease.
She nods her head. She says, "Yes.
I thought you said.
I have heard of House Dugrith. Stories of their fall were still around when I was a young child, seen no more than 30 summers. My mother would tell me stories of the flay scum. It would come to get us if we didn't do our chores. Interesting that you should find it so nearby."
It seems it is still on the prowl. We found similar tracks to the creature's appearance.
Well, it would be a great boon to the world if you were to get rid of it, and it were real.
We could take on that effort on your behalf, Your Majesty, if you so wished.
Well, we do have limited time, but it is definitely a mission that we will tell people about it.
We will bravely tell others about it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, we could try to go do it, but
They say discretion is the better part of valor. Understanding your limits as messengers is a smart idea. It keeps you alive to send more messages in the future.
Greg, can I ask? I didn't do this at the time because caught up in the battle. But when we were initially approached by the Twilight person, you described that he had this really large hat.
Yes.
Which seemed to also fit the description of the hat of the guy who initially gave us the mission.
No.
Did it look like
so
the same hat?
He was wearing a large hat, kind of a triangle fold, like typical sailor's hat, but oversized. The cloaked figure wore a very wide brim, kind of circular hat. That would
So Davenport was like a 7-foot tall orc, wasn't he? Like we would.
The other, yeah,
been
and
able to
the head of the Merchants Guild was a giant, full-blooded orc with very well-defined features and recognizable tusks that were not on this other guy.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
Moji will explain the look of the guy with the giant sombrero hat, he'll say.
Yeah, I was gonna
And
say.
black clothing and things like that. And if that comes up, if that recognizes in her head at all.
She shakes her head. The agents of the Midnight Consortium can take all kinds of appearance. I am sure that whatever the look of that man was beneath his clothes, it could be anyone, and no guarantee he shows up the same again.
Gotcha. Well, Moji will actually kneel in front of the queen and be like, "You are prettiest lady Moji has seen in a long time. If you desire anything of Moji, Moji will help."
I appreciate such loyalty. Moji, all I desire for you now is to get stronger. Come back when your services could be of more use.
Moji will do this for Queen.
Excellent.
May we, this is but a small request, perhaps. We may have provisions for the return home?
This is within my power.
We're
Yes.
very grateful, Majesty.
I
All
feel
right.
we've taken much of your time already.
Thank you.
Yes.
She
Moju's
goes to
feeling
stand, gives a curt kind of nod of her head again, and will retreat back into the kind of castle at large to address whatever else is on her agenda today. You are escorted back out into Shallow Rest and given free reign of the city to do with it as you will. So, with your letter sent and mission successfully, accomplished, what do you do?
We can't
I mean-
sell our stuff here, can we?
We don't have
no,
any reputation.
Sadly, the Merchants Guild is part of the entire
Darn
region of the Shrouded Coast. There are representatives of it in the city, but you would still need the reputation to have them buy back your kind of used arms and armaments.
Curses. All right.
But notably, isn't Rustport, right? Are they with the Merchants Guild too?
Rustport has been leaning on the merchants more recently after their loss in the war, but they are very next to the Shimmer Harbor, whereupon a kind of marketplace of less reputable traders has popped up.
I
Interesting to
mean,
know.
I'd still be game to go after the Flay Scum, but I'm assuming that that's for another time. For Greg,
Well,
I'm
Yeah, I
guessing.
feel like it's
We may not have time
enough
for it.
time. Yeah, we
Um,
get stuck
but-
in it.
We could try to find its location at the very least. And
I'd be
I
down
think
with that.
even trying to get home is going to take 15 minutes. I don't know if you guys. I can go a little bit later than 2, but I don't know if there's a real cutoff for some people.
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm alright.
It's up to Greg.
Yeah, obviously.
But you can't even trade, right? Let's say I wanted to trade. I say I give you all these weapons and you give me an axe. That's not possible either, right?
If you're charismatic enough and you can give a good reason, maybe. But the idea here is that used weapons and armor really don't have a lot of a market here, because adventurers are like going to be buying the new stuff and going out anyway, and they don't want to be buying and selling back most of that all the time. But if you have a good reputation, like you've been building up that relationship with the merchants, then yeah, they'll help you out. They'll buy it back at a price from you and keep your coffers kind of stocked. But with a low reputation, it's like, nah, you're fending for yourself out there until I know who you are.
Got it.
Yeah.
I'll ask the guys if they would be cool with me taking some of the stuff, like maybe 3 of the swords, 2 of the swords, and a couple of the heavy crossbows, and just trying to trade for just one great axe. Just one great axe. But if not, totally
Go
fine.
for it. Go for it.
Go for it. We have some time. We're not on a time
Even if
crunch
we
at the moment.
stashed it, I doubt we'd be able to sell it and find it, and it's
Sure.
all good.
So Moji will go to a merchant, bringing 3 great axes, 2 other swords, and some bolts and stuff like that. He's gonna go to the merchant for like, Moji would like big axe, great axe, and
All right.
Moji did thing for Queen, and hopefully it helped. But if not, okay.
All right. You find a shop in Shallow's Rest. As you go through, you find a shop with a heavy-set dwarf with a large braided beard down to like a big point. He's got all kinds of armor smithing tools upon his walls, and examples of his work kind of displayed. And as you come in, you just have this massive load of things. You're like, I want to trade. He's like, my goodness, Sonny, you're looking to trade a whole army's worth of stuff here. Do you know
Yes.
how hard it is to sell this stuff?
No, but Moji want big axe, and he give all this to you for one big axe.
All of this.
Yes.
Tell me, if I were to trade you this one big axe for all of this, how much do you think I could get out of it?
Moji does not really dabble in the art of sales, but he assumes that 3 swords, 2 crossbows, mini bolts. Especially the bolts, because bolts always go for with sales. You could probably get 100, 200 gold. Me assume.
200 gold!
Me assume.
I'll tell you what. You're right about the bolts. Those are always valuable as long as they're not cracked. And he looks at them. You have a fair few here that I don't think I could sell, but there are a few that I could. That is easy work to take away from the Fletchers. Always like to screw over a Fletcher, I do.
Moji also understands. Moji wood carves and takes away from Fletchers as well.
Alright, so here's the deal, Moji. I like you. I like the fact that you're thinking outside the box here. But the rest of this, I've got to melt it down. I've got to reforge it. I've got to create something better out of it. That's work. That's more material for me. And then who knows if I actually get a full great axe out of it. So I'll tell you what, Moji. I'll make this trade for you. But you've got to be my representative. You got to tell everyone about old dwarfies in Shallow Rest. And how they have the best weapons and armor around. You advertise for me, you tell people, you drum up business. I'll get you that great axe.
Moji's super down. He does not care. So yes, advertise for dwarfies.
Old dwarfies.
Old dwarfies.
Oh,
In Shallow
That's great.
Rest. Done and done. Moji shakes his hand like, all right, cool, let's do it.
Excellent. An honored warrior of the queen will do wonders for me. Okay, so he collects all the stuff that you've offered to trade him. He pulls out a series of great axes. He's like, try them out for me, if you would.
He does. He tries out all the great axes. Is anyone feel more special or they feel...
None of them are going to mechanically give you something special, but I think what it is he's finding the right weight for you, heft balance,
exactly.
and he gets you in the right great axe for you.
Yeah, get the right one for me. I'm like, all right, cool.
Yeah.
So he picks the one that has a tree logo right in the center, and it's it's gonna be black on the inside and then silver tipped on the white or gray, and then Moji likes this one. This one is
a fine eye you have. A fine eye indeed. Is he yours, Moji?
Done. Moji shakes Dorothy's hand. This is good. Moji will do many great things for Shallow Rest now. And then he walks out.
All right. All right.
I'm going to see a new battle cry. For old dwarfies! Or something.
Nails at old dwarfies.
All right. Well, with battle axe acquired, is there anything else that you guys want to do here in Shallow's Rest, or are we moving back out?
we get sufficient provisions for the trip home from the queen or from the castle.
Mm-hmm.
Did she give us a reward, she said?
I think we get the reward upon
Well,
return.
she said she was going to give us a reward, is what I heard.
She says she'll
say.
make sure that you're rewarded.
Oh, okay.
She's going to let the league know that you have accomplished your task.
Okay, that's what she said.
Well, gentlemen, I suppose the question is, do we want to go and try to hunt down the flay scum, or perhaps those hobgoblins on the way back? Take care of an issue for the queen?
I'm all about going after the scum.
I don't think we can take on something that killed 13 things with 4 people.
No, but
I think it didn't kill them all at once. That's the thing, though. So because
they were all in one
bodies were
spot.
varying.
They weren't over a mile.
But some bodies had decayed more than others, so it looked like they'd been killed over time and just displayed in the same area.
I think at the very least we can find its lair for future adventurers. Help them out a little bit. Besides, who knows?
I think the way back could be pretty dangerous, but I guess we can head back and discuss it on the way, or when we get there, if we can even find the same trail. Maybe we can.
Yeah.
Moji's down because he has his great accent. He doesn't care what we would do. He's happy.
Moji's feeling invincible.
Onya's glad we committed. We got our mission done, and he wants to head back to Rhymeview. I mean, I guess I could stay here, but I don't know how that really works mechanically in the game.
Well, we'll be going back to Rhymeview regardless. It's just a slight detour, perhaps.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Okay.
Zing.
So, you pack yourselves up and get ready to head out of Shallow Rest. I'm going to assume you spend a night here to, like, unwind from your travels, get a nice hot meal, sleep with a roof over your head so the, like, constant rain drizzling down on you from these storms doesn't, keep getting under your skin. You get your reprieve, and in the morning, you head out. True to her word, the Queen of Shallow Rest has provided a new caravan for you. That with a fresh set of oxen. It is loaded with 8 days of travel rations and is ready for you to go. So the question that remains is, what route are you going to take, and will you be having the same scouting rolls on the way, or the same travel rolls on the way back?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Just gonna do the same, but in reverse.
Same thing. All right.
I think the route, we may want to move the route a little bit so we go past the ruins here. Let me see if I can ping them. These. I think that might be the best location if the tracks were headed northeast. So we go to this spot and then back through here, and then we can continue the route as we had, tracing them backwards. So it's a little detour of just a couple hexes.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, excellent. So that'll be your route, is to head up towards those ruins and then back along the coast over to Rhymeview.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. So you pack yourselves up. Your caravan is once more loaded to the brim, and you set off through the rain. The first bit of your travel is very easy, through the towns and farmland and pastures, all these things that surround Shallow's Rest, until eventually you make your way into the forests once more. This kind of a newer forest with water pouring down around you and winds swaying the trees back and forth. Excellent. So let us go back to our travel rolls here, as you've started a new adventure back through the mist. The Provisioner, your role is taken care of by the Queen. You will be pack-ratting your way across, and that is resolved. Let us go back to our Scout Moji. So now that you've traveled back here once, you're going back through kind of the same land again. Tell me, what do you describe your efforts this time around? Do you do anything differently? How do you make sure that you have the best route between here and Rhymeview, where you want to go?
It's mostly the same, but on the way he's checking a little bit more for changes, because they got attacked by those goblins, they got attacked by those people in the very beginning, and those weird skeletons that freaked him out for a second. He's going to be doing the same, more or less the same, but he's looking more on the outside. And then he saw that there were markings on the trees where the goblins were setting up for stuff. So he's going to be looking around for unnatural levers or levies or things that would have had to have some kind of humanoid interaction to it. So he's doing more of the same, but
Okay.
Looking at a little bit more for that.
You're doing kind of the same but more. So I'll let you choose if you'd like to roll Nature Int for the same kind of things that you did previously, or if you want to roll Perception Wisdom for your scouting roll, as you're doing more observation of the kind of possible changes.
I'll go with Nature Int.
Nature Int. All right. Awesome.
No advantage, right?
Yeah,
No, I'm just joking.
Okay. I was trying to figure out where your advantage came from. You almost got me. So the base DC is 12 plus 3, like we established before, will get you to 15. You are caravanning, so you'll get a plus 5.
Oh, okay.
Done and done.
All right, excellent. Please mark inspiration for your successful check here. You are keeping everybody on track, using your knowledge of the nature and the land to avoid the getting lost, staying hugging the coast, using landmarks, making sure that you don't lose any time on your journey. Excellent. That will take us to our guide. Onye, you are acting as our guide again. Tell me, how do you avoid or stave off the like labors and exhaustion of the journey this time around?
Muted.
I think you might be muted. Yeah.
Thank you. I guess I will try to stick to the path we came here on, essentially, and whatever like landmarks I would have used on the way here. I guess for this like really like this tree section in here where it's not thick forest yet, I would just be looking for like divots and things that'll hold up the caravan. If I notice something, we'll either try to go around it or definitely try to like slow down and navigate it appropriately.
Okay. So, you know, keeping an eye out, looking for things that you notice would slow you down or be hard to travel through. Sounds kind of like survival to me. Why don't we have you go survival wisdom? Your DC is going to be 18, but you will get the +5 from caravanning.
And I have advantage. 18 plus 5 is
from
23.
Your wanderer background, yes.
Exactly.
All right, you succeed. Go ahead and mark inspiration as you do a great job of keeping your party from becoming exhausted by the mud and the rain.
I give it to Mortimer. I still have my inspiration I haven't used.
Oh, okay. You can't have two inspiration at the same time, right? So you can't give one away and take it, right? So it's...
I thought you could always give an inspiration away when you get it. No worries.
If you have an inspiration and you get granted inspiration, you can't have two at the same time, right? So you can't be like, here, take one and I'll keep this one, right? Does that make sense?
Well, I can't have two, but I could. I mean, it's okay if you don't want me to be able to give it away. I allow it at my table. No worries. I thought the way the rules sound, it seems reasonable, but no worries.
Okay, all right. We will move on from that then. The guide, that brings us to the Lookout Edelward. As you are traveling across the land here, Edelward, your job is to spot dangers and enemy factions and awful things that might ambush and surprise your party. Please describe your efforts to spot said dangers and keep your party from being surprised by them.
So I'll sort of describe the montage of passage through the different woods. What will be constant will be, as before, the sort of rotation around the party, the inspection of things which are obscuring. But when he's in the shallow rest wood, he's going to be keeping his ear in the air, trying to hear like any hobgoblin or something like that, any noises that he associates with that language. When he's walking through the old wood, he's going to be keeping his nose in the air, trying to smell any burning or just like ash or something like that that's kind of like picked up, and then obviously just keeping his eyes about when we come back to Rhineview. And I would like to use my inspiration to roll this at advantage.
All right, okay. Please do. Your DC will be 15. You'll also get a +5 from the caravanning.
Okay. Oh god.
Oh, that
is a good thing you got that.
Is a 15 exactly. Yeah. Caravanning coming through clutch. So you used your inspiration. You don't have any mark inspiration for your success. The lookout is keeping a sharp eye. You are also entitled a roll on the discovery table. Excellent. We will maybe come to that as we go. So you push through these woods. 1, 2, 3. Your first day's travel gets you kind of into the new kind of shallow rest woods proper. You're keeping a nice ear out for hobgoblins and traps along the way, but your first day of adventure is largely uneventful as you push your way through the forest. After a night's sleep, you continue on, the rain and wind not letting up. It seems a very stormy season indeed. And eventually you make your way into the deep forest. The old green trees rising high above, and the canopy occasionally giving you respite from respite from the wind and the rain, keeping yourselves going through here. Your second day of travel largely goes without any issue as well. So you see some small game, you see an occasional predator, a bear, but they don't seem interested in fighting you, and they don't cross your path over much, and so you continue on until you rest for a day's travel. You then try to make your way through to some ruined rocks and some lake that you've heard about in this area. Your scout, Moji, does an excellent job of keeping you on the right path. He knows what to look for and how to get there. And you make your way into this hex. As you do so, I want everyone in the party to give me wisdom survival checks at a DC 14. As long as one of you succeeds, you will be able to find what you're looking for as you make your way through there.
D3.
Alrighty. Good thing Mortimer was on point as you begin making your way through looking for this lake and these ruins. You eventually find yourself staring down what you were looking for. They are a small kind of cave system with some stones kind of laid about. And here, you actually can see the lake in some distance away from you. You can smell the fresh water, and you can kind of hear the sound of rain hitting the kind of wide lake. But the ruins and the stones are in a separate system, and here you can see a small kind of creek, small kind of stream coming forth from some of the rocks, and near is pooling into kind of a small pond, and then making its way further out into the forest itself as small streams heading kind of in the direction of that lake. As you approach this area as well, you will find that there is an overturned and broken cart nearby that has wheels completely taken off of it, as well as some old barrels of various make. They're all wood, but they have different kind of appearances to them. Some are bound in brass, some are pure wood. One is tipped over on its side, another is open and empty in front of the cave, and it looks like this.
Are there any signs of what we had seen, either that ichor, the vines of them, or the burnt patches, anything that would indicate that this may be the lair, or that that blaze gum or whatever had passed through?
You observe this area. You had a 23 on your survival check. You look through here. You don't see much in the way of burned, but the pond itself gives you a kind of bad vibe. It fails its vibe check. The color is off in the pond, while it's kind of got that greenish blue that you would often see. It's too green, and it looks almost a little sickly to your eye. The plants inside of it seem to be struggling more so than thriving as they grow through the waters here.
I'll point that out to the rest of them and offer, should I cast poison, detect poison and disease?
Will it expend some of your power to do that, or will you be able to...
as is whenever you use divine magic, yes, it would.
Perhaps, I think it seems to me quite obvious that there's something toxic or foul about this water. Perhaps your powers could be put to better use in another way in the future.
All right.
Can I ask, are there any footprints in the ground of an large and animal nature or anything like that?
You
or
look
any
for
like claw
footprints.
marks on the rock?
Yeah, you look for claw marks and footprints. You find little in the way of them around here. The ground itself seems largely undisturbed.
Do the streams seem to be in that same like stickly nature of water? Because I assume the water is flowing out of the cave. Not
It
into the
is
cave.
flowing out of the cave, and they do seem to be slickly, yes.
It's a black.
It's not the
dragon.
same sort of like coloration of that ichor substance I have. I got the vial of it out.
No, the Icarus' substance is darker
Okay.
in hue.
Well, whatever seems to be causing this putrefaction of this pond likely originates deeper in that cave. Do we want to check it out, gentlemen?
I'll approach.
Moji
Slowly.
will say, wait just a second, and he'll check inside here and see if there's any clues of what's going on inside there.
It's like the
so
barrels and the wagon.
The barrels, the wagon, is there anything special?
The wagon itself has been seemingly picked clean. You can see like marks of animals where they have kind of taken up residence in here. There's a small like I don't know, maybe like burrow or nest for some squirrels or chipmunks that have like kind of lived in here. One of the barrels is open and empty. It looks like its lid was pried off and is laying on the ground somewhere with nothing in it. The barrel that that Edelward is standing on and is tipped over.
Sorry.
It's okay. It's bound in brass and appears to be leaking. From it, you get a very strong, powerful odor of alcohol. And the other two are bound by wood, just sealed with wood and like I don't know, glue or suction. And you can hear like the sloshing of water in there if you like tip them or kind of bang on them a little bit.
Roll the ale one away or whatever it is and set the thing on fire. What do you guys think about hiding like up here and waiting for someone to come out? Or should we
what kind of alcohol is it? Is it like flammable or is it like ale?
No, hard alcohol. Some kind of
Also,
spirit.
good burn. Okay.
We should take
that's.
Well, that might draw their attention. That might be a good idea. Okay, so that way it doesn't actually lead into the cave. There's
Would
only.
it?
Oh,
There's
there's
I figured we
barrels
would
full of-
hide up here. That way, when they come out, they don't immediately see us. But
If you were to ignite a barrel full of scotch, presumably it would explode, right?
not really. With the top would catch on fire, and it would catch things on fire.
So spirits don't generally burn like that. In order for them to burn, they have to be like 95 or 96% alcohol, which would be around 200 proof, right? The vapor will flame, like it'll, like you've seen like a flaming cocktail, but it won't like ignite in fire.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Spirits are usually distilled, and they're only 40% or 60% alcohol if they're really strong. So they don't burn and ignite quite like that.
Okay. So I'm thinking we can saturate the cart in this because at least it will help burn it, and then
these things
maybe...
are probably burn anyway. We could save it and try to sell it or drink it.
Oh, I mean, we could, but it's been out here and it looked like it's leaking a bit, actually.
like I'm pretty sure in world we'd be used to something not being the greatest condition and still drinking out of it.
Moji could drink this. Moji is
Yeah.
Well, I think we should be more concerned with whatever might be in that cave, rather than taking that alcohol back with us.
So I'll tell you what, I think we should get up in this divot, kind of like over here, hide behind this rock, and cause an ignition and then just run out on them.
Well, we're going to have to wait till they eventually come out. They probably won't come out immediately until the smoke and the sound really picks up.
Maybe let's hide in the nearby trees as well, the bushes or whatnot.
Moji wants to be closer, so he'll start pouring some of this liquid onto the cart.
Okay.
Match it, light it, and then head up over here and just wait to see
if he already lit it. I guess I can't do anything. Whatever, I'll go and hide.
I didn't realize. I'm sorry.
I'm going to hide
Moji doesn't care.
All right. The cart ignites, perhaps not with the satisfying flames that you are hoping for. But the does begin to burn slowly as the fumes of the alcohol begin to kind of flame and ignite. Mortimer and Onye are very far away. Okay, I see where you are now. As the flames burn, you wait tensely for a minute, 2 minutes, waiting for something to come out of the cave, but nothing does. After
Does it start like smoking at all or anything?
yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of smoke, sure, yeah.
The trees and stuff don't start lighting on fire?
Well, it's
You want to
it's
light
kind
the
of
trees on
wet.
fire?
Well, if this
It's
is
been
all
raining a lot
burning, these
recently.
plants next to it, I would imagine, might catch fire.
Not really. The alcohol's what's burning. The wood might catch. Yeah, it'll like slowly catch. But you know, things smoke, things burn, nothing happens. After a few minutes of waiting, I want Mortimer and Onye up in that top, like far bit of map here to give me some perception checks.
Oh, wow. Sure.
17.
17 and 13. You hear sounds from the other side of that rock wall that you're near. Sounds like scraping or rattling.
Oh, man.
Guys, over here.
I don't want to move because I think my armor will give away.
Moji can.
Because it'll be noise. Yeah.
He'll
I think
go.
he's gonna back up. Is there like maybe like a secret entrance opening up or something?
You look, the rock wall seems secure.
Okay.
I mean,
Wait.
It may be coming out the cave. Come on. And he's gonna like. Does it sound like it's like receding, like getting further away?
You wait tensely, listening, and yes, eventually, the noise stops and fades away.
It's gonna be coming around. Get back here.
I've heard things like bears and wolves and things that you would hear in forests, stuff like that. Did it sound like a really big creature, or did it sound
Definitely
That's
big.
what I was wondering,
Yes.
too.
bigger? And
Gives you
much
the
larger?
idea of size, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Moji's gonna ask. This is probably big as bear, maybe bigger, at least. You guys want to do this still? Moji's not scared, but Moji understands danger.
You guys wanted to look for trouble. I wanted us to head back. We'd find trouble on the way, probably.
Let's take a look at it. If we need to run, we can run that.
All right, I'll come over to them then and hide in the trees so that we're not separated when it comes out.
I don't want to say both. Moji kind of goes in the direction of that thing, trying to get a peek at it, but trying to move like not disturbing a bunch of stuff. He'll kind of yog himself to the direction.
Okay, so you're gonna like try to follow the creature?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you follow it. It starts kind of over here, from the other side of the wall, and then you hear it come in over this way from the other side of the wall,
Uh-oh.
and over here, and over here,
Okay.
and then
Here it comes.
it disappears back into the darkness.
Funny.
Moji's instincts are kind of kicking up. Like, I don't think I want this. I'm ready to go. You guys want to check it out, though?
We've got to see it. Come on.
Yeah.
All right.
We're
go.
here already.
He's going in.
We got to see it. He keeps saying that, but you're the one going in there, friend.
All right.
Well,
Make him
I'd
go.
say that he goes to take a look.
All right,
Mortimer
as
will
the alcohol-infused wagon continues to burn,
In
you
the background.
step forward into this kind of narrow opening to look
Moji-
deeper in. You
I'm gonna give him the ring so he has really far dark vision.
Awesome. And
Oh,
Moji's gonna look at his
excellent. Yes,
cleric and be
you
like, "Get
peer
closer,
in with
please."
the enhanced vision. You see the opening of this stone has like kind of cave-like entrance or something to the left. And as you peer in, the stream itself continues deeper in around a bend. As you look deeper in with your vision, it's kind of cut off by the stone. But you see the beginnings of the spring itself deeper in, and I want to kind of see where your line of sight kind of.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, so about that, right? That's about what you see as you peer in from the beginning there.
Without the ring, can I? Is it like pitch black in there? Would I be blind?
No, I think it's like dim light with the sun where it is in the middle of the day. I think maybe the very back of the cave might be pretty dark for you, but like here it's dim light.
Okay, I'm gonna call over the others.
Yeah, please come closer. And
Yeah, okay. I'll like sneak up, like hugging the wall, but like in range to like give them support.
yes, please do, because you want this more than anyone else. And...
I'll cast bless on the three of you.
Cool. All right.
How long does that last?
Like, be careful.
Lasts a minute. Actually, it may be better. I think I'll sneak up to Adelward and cast like protection from good and evil instead.
Okay. Moji's like, careful. I'll take look. If it look like we can take it, I'll yell. If not, I'll yell. And, and you'll see which direction I'm going. So right. Moji steps in.
All right, you step in. Do you go to the left or through that kind of opening into the cave, or do you go deeper in following the stream?
First, I'll look left and see what's in here.
All right, you look left. This is a pretty large opening here that you see. I think as you look in, you're kind of able to see up to like this amount of the cave. And you see the bloodied and recent corpse of a wolf that has had its like inside torn open.
Okay.
All right, let's keep pushing forwards.
Moji's like, I don't know, but he's okay because he doesn't want to look like a scaredy cat. And he's gonna go up a little bit more. See
all
here.
Right, as you hit that point of the like corner, you can look around with your enhanced sight, and you peer deeper into this location. You see the rest of this cave coiled up around its long spiny tail is a creature of red on 4 legs with long claws, fetid and broken wings that give you the impression of flightlessness, but they're still there, and there are spines and horns all over its arms, its elbows, its joints, the back of its head. And it curls up as if attempting to sleep there. As you have stepped forward, this creature rolls a natural 1 to perceive you. So as of now, you are unnoticed.
Okay. Oh wait, how much movement do I have? Moji's gonna give a hand signal like,
oh shit,
we can do it if you want to do it. So
I really want to do it.
Okay, let's go for it.
Cool.
You guys are both the second level. No, wait, that's a first and a second.
Are you guys doing any spells or anything like that? Because I'm about to rush.
Yeah, let's bless this. Let's bless this.
Yeah, I'll. Do you want to cast the bless spell or should I?
I don't know.
I've already got
what's going
protection from
on
good and
in
evil,
there,
so I don't think I
right?
can.
Moji, okay, well, he'll convene with you guys, but whisper, guys. There's a thing in here. It's evil. It's big. We can kill it, but Moji needs you guys to really be with him here because he does not want to die. Are we down?
Right.
Are we down?
All right.
All right, cool.
We're down.
So we get blessed. We get ready to go.
I can't cast the bless because I'm concentrating on protection from good and evil on Adelward.
That's fine.
But,
God, I hope there's not poison in there. He will creep up.
Okay.
Should we roll stealth checks?
The bless spell is up. You're blessed. Adelward is blessed. Who else is blessed?
I guess
I never said I casted a spell.
You're not casting bless. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
I hardly know what's going on. That he signaled the other guy. He's being super quiet in there. So.
Well, no, like he came back and
said,
talked.
I said there's a monster in there. We can kill it if you guys want to do it. But
I
if
didn't
not,
see you guys move back.
oh sorry.
You guys know what I wanted to do, so I don't know. I mean, I think this is a giant fucking mistake.
I do
Right.
too. I do too.
Perhaps we could find its treasure then.
If you guys say no, then we won't go through with this. But I assumed everybody wanted to go through.
I mean, I want to go through it.
I'm okay with going through with it.
I guess I'm outvoted. Sure.
All right.
I, as quietly as the DM will allow me, sure, I blessed everybody. I'll mark the spell off.
All right.
All right.
You cast Bless. I am assuming on Moji and Adelward, and then one of the 2 clerics.
I don't think I can bless myself. I guess I can. No,
Yeah.
he doesn't attack in melee that I know of, right? I've never
Not
seen
really.
run it.
Yeah,
So I will bless
yourself. That makes
myself.
sense.
All right. Excellent. You cast Bless. You get ready to wander in. Moji,
Yeah,
as you step forward to where you are, give me a stealth dexterity check.
Ooh.
I guess I'll go past you in that case as well.
Mhm.
All right. You said stealth.
You have inspiration. Oh,
I
Want to use that inspiration?
Sure, I'll do it
Typically
again.
roll
All right.
Okay. Stealth.
hey!
Oh, you burn your inspiration. The adrenaline pumping through you, having seen this creature, lets you step stealthily. It still is curled up, like laying its head on its clawed hands. It does not notice your approach.
So Moji is going to slightly turn green. You guys probably can't. Well, no. First, he's gonna light a torch. Leave it on the side here, so like the light kind of
Okay.
shows here for
Yeah.
the guys. He's gonna
Wait, how?
slowly turn green. I have a torch in a tinderbox and everything. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
but
turn-
isn't that really loud? It's like
Maybe
really
not.
quietly doing
He
flips
rolled
and
really
steal.
good stealth, right?
and he rolled a
Sure.
1 on sleep, so I'm assuming.
Yeah, you light up a torch with some quiet stone on stone banging. You know.
Yeah.
I'm actually
And
gonna do
then
that line,
once
so.
he gets to this point, he's raging. He is turning full green, and he rushes up for a smash with the great axe.
All right, you have advantage. You rush up, engaging combat with your stealthy great axe. Go ahead and roll me to hit with advantage.
Please crit. Please crit.
24. Roll me some
good enough.
damage.
Yeah.
For 8
Nice.
points of damage.
Oh,
This
that was a bad damage.
That's your lowest.
The
This
lowest
thing
possible after everything.
roars. Roll initiative for me.
Wait,
Oh, boy.
did we get the end of the surprise round, or
That was
I guess we
your
can
that
go
was your
away.
chance there.
I have
You've
no
gotten
doubt
it.
it's gonna
Now
go
it's
behind
combat time.
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Oh, I
It
didn't-
goes at 11.
And Moji.
Oh, for Moshi.
There we go. All right, cool.
I was kind of hoping Adelward would get closer.
I was hoping
Yeah,
you guys
I
were
was going to, but it's Leroy Jenkins.
I feel like while he was walking up to it to hit
Yeah.
it, I probably would have moved at least 20 feet. I moved myself only 10, but
Yeah,
I
I didn't want to
move myself
interrupt his description when he was doing
Yeah,
it.
I was just.
You
trying
guys
light
want to
the
move
thing.
yourself up 20 feet? Go for it.
Yeah,
All right.
I was hoping like during the lighting of the stuff, so you guys could see. You guys could see where you guys were going. You guys would come up.
I'd move up to the
I
player
appreciate the
so-
humoring me because I feel like this thing has 150 hit points and we're dead no matter what. You know,
Alrighty.
that's my negativity.
Adelward, it is your turn. You see this thing roar its displeasure as the combat starts. Its claws extend, its tail rises up. What do you do?
Yep, charging straight at it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And can I pass through here to get to here?
Sure, yeah, you squeeze past Moji there. Sure.
Okay, yep. And yeah, bringing the hammer into its face as per usual.
The
a
14, that will hit. Go ahead and roll me damage.
Okay.
For 7 more points of damage. The creature, it roars its displeasure as it becomes its turn.
Well, I'm gonna action surge. and
You're
hit
gonna
it again.
action surge. It doesn't become its turn yet because you hit it for another 10 points of damage. Excellent. The creature swings about, looking at you, and it will slash across with its claws, attempting to rip you asunder, Edelward.
Disadvantage if it's a
Oops,
certain type
sorry.
of creature.
It's fine.
Yes,
Seven's gonna miss.
it will take its disadvantage. Oh, sure, that's a miss. I didn't mean to click it that way, but a d20 is a miss, so... Or 7 plus 5 is not going to get it done. So it misses with its claws. Its tail arcs up and it slashes out at Emoji, who is the next person to have earned its ire. With a 14, will that hit you?
I'll hit.
All right, Emoji, please take from me 11 points of damage, 5 of which are piercing, and 6 of which are fire damage.
So I think I take 7 in that regard.
Okay.
All right. Cool. Still up.
Perfect.
5
Still up. The creature will then move, shuffling its way around. Edelward, feel free to make an attack of opportunity if you would like. It gets
I
itself
would.
up here on this kind of rocky ledge, looking at the two of you. 15 will hit for
it
5
out
more
of my-
damage. Excellent.
Out of my range as well.
No, I think it stays kind of next to you, close enough.
Okay.
Can I ask, do I see any fire beginning to build or emanate in its mouth? Any smoke passing out
Oh
its mouth?
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
it-
He's got flames,
Right.
like smoking coming up from his tail, from the joints around his spines. Yes, this guy is clearly
so I'm
full
gonna-
of fire.
I'm gonna say to Moji that we should probably fan out and try and flank each side of it so we don't get breath weaponed. But it may just AoE us, but whatever.
Moji's down.
Good.
He hears.
All right. After the creature does that, Onye, it's your turn. What do you do?
You're muted.
I'm gonna move 5, 10, 15 feet, and then I'm just gonna Sacred Flame it. Let me make sure that's one turn away from my next turn. Close enough to move it.
Okay.
Probably immune to it anyway.
Excellent.
Fuck. Well, it's not fire. It's radiant.
It successfully
radiant,
saves
okay.
against your sacred flame. The holy fire kind of repelled by its black spines and smoking exterior.
Okay. Moji
Yes, Moji.
gonna get to the other side of it.
Okay.
Hopefully, my boys, they can help me out here. And oh wait, I get a D4 as well too. Great. Bless doesn't give additional damage, right? Just on the attack. roll?
Just to attack and to the saving throws. Yeah.
Copy. All right.
21, that'll hit without the bless. No need to even worry about it. 10 more points of damage for 10, 25, 32,
Bloody
40.
right? No. I'm kidding.
All right. Very good. You slash into it. Gouts of flame and blood greet your axe as you've clearly hurt it, but it is not bloodied. It continues its attack.
At that point, Moji will be like, "Get ready to heal, maybe later, not right now." All right.
All right. Mortimer, it comes to you. What will you do?
Mortimer is going to Guiding Bolt. The thing.
Can you do that while you're concentrating on...
I can. It's not a concentration spell.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah.
23 to hit.
23 will hit.
Or 13 radiant damage.
13 points of radiant damage. Your radiant energy strikes the creature. It shakes its head, looks towards your direction.
then he's
You have
gonna-
clearly bloodied the foul beast.
Gonna step back over here to try to get out of sight just briefly.
Excellent. Edelward, it is your turn.
I'm going to come to the other side of it. Does Guiding Bolt give advantage on the next
It
attack
does.
against the creature? Yeah.
Take a step back there,
Yeah, I don't think you can be that close, bro.
Sure, yeah.
All up
I
in
think
the
it
real-
would be-
Finger.
There we go, we'll go there.
Alright.
Yeah, trying to bring it down into its shoulder, if shoulder makes sense for this anatomically.
Sure, yeah.
For
25 will hit.
Or 9 points of damage.
9 points of damage. Excellent. With that, the creature roars displeasure. It scuttles like unnaturally up and around. Edelward, it leaves your threatened range again. Feel free to make an attack of opportunity.
I will do.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Beautiful.
yeah!
Yes.
For 16 more points of damage, it wounds the beast. It is not happy, but it gets itself to where it can put you and Moji in a line.
Oh,
You see the
lost.
fire gather around its mouth, and it breathes flames in a shooting line towards each of you. Please make me DC 14 dexterity saving throws.
Bugger.
fuck,
And
that
you
D4
do
won't
get
even
plus
help
4,
you, dude.
or you get plus D4 on these throws.
I'm gonna miss. I'll miss regardless.
Ooh, Moji, give me that D4. It might matter.
50-50, bro.
Yes.
Oh, you succeed. So
We're
Moji,
moving.
you will take half, while Edelward will take all of 12 points of fire damage.
I will take 6.
Look at those
Thank God. That is
ones.
pivotal right there, because I would have been down.
Excellent. So the creature breathes its fire, and its tail will lash out at somebody here. Are you in range? You are in range. Onye, the tail races out towards you, longer than you expect, slashing at you with a 18. Will that hit?
Yeah.
Alrighty. Please take for me 7 points of piercing damage and 3 points of fire damage.
I am down.
Ooh, he goes down, and so does his concentration on that bless spell, as he is brought to the brink of death and begins to make saving throws.
I'm at exactly 0, but I guess it's still death saving throws, right?
It is, yeah.
Or is it unconscious?
Is this creature bloodied yet?
Yes, it
It
is.
is.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
confident.
Onye, it is your turn. Please make me a death saving throw.
Here we go, guys. I knew this was going to happen.
Easy.
That
Yeah, look at that.
is
It's a
one
success.
successful
Yeah.
save. Yes.
Means very little overall. There's more rolls.
Moji, it is your turn. What do you do?
Moji's in it. He trusted his party, and one of them ran away on him.
No, I'm not ranting. I'm I'm
We
hiding
still have
from the-
advantage. Okay.
Oh yeah.
That's a critical hit. Your axe
That's
cleaves into
good.
the creature. Roll me good damage.
Plus
You get another die, don't
Fighting
you?
this.
the
wasn't
freaking
for
12.
Is it +2 to each when you crit? Is it?
No, the dice double, but the modifiers stay the same.
I do 19 damage.
19 damage. That is 88
Isn't
and
that
9.
21 damage?
You can modify your crit damage if you hit.
19 plus 2 is 21 damage. That is 99 damage on this creature. Your
No
axe
way.
cleaves into it. Flames gout around you. Its head almost severs, but your axe stops at the last moment. You try to force it through, but you have to rip it out. The creature goes down to one leg. Its flames drip out of its mouth as it stares. At first, what you thought was hatred, but is now fear directly into your eyes. The creature has 1 health.
Moji is staring it down, like right in the eye, like, I got you.
Mortimer,
Mortimer.
you see this creature seemingly on its last legs. What do you do?
So he's gonna step back around the corner and try to finish it off with a guiding bolt.
Please make that attack.
Actually,
I sure
yeah,
could use a
guiding
heal, by the way.
okay, all right. He'll give you a healing word, and he'll sacred flame it.
All right.
Let's hope he fails.
Oh wait, I don't have healing word.
No worries,
Sorry,
then.
buddy.
Just hit
You
it.
can
Just hit
walk
it.
up
Just
and
hit
kill
it.
me, but it's all
Yeah,
good.
you,
Alright,
you
yeah.
can heal him next turn.
Yeah. we got
Exactly.
time.
22
Very
to
nice.
hit.
22 hits with your guiding
Oh,
bolt.
that's not right. And 18 radiant
18
damage.
is plenty. Your holy fire erupts, killing this creature. It dies.
I really wish Moji got the cleave on that thing, though. Oh.
I really wanted to do the Cartman from World of Warcraft in South Park. It was like, it looks like you're about to get pwned. And then
You don't have to do Weapon Master yet, huh, Mochi?
No, I can't.
All right.
That's right. You're a half-orc.
We're gonna stay in combat order for a moment here while we deal with the death saving throws here for.
Even if I roll a nat 1, I only fail on 2 of them, and I made 1.
Yeah.
Adelard, what do you do?
I pop my second wind,
Okay.
and then 2, 3. I guess I wouldn't necessarily know about the stabilization thing, so I guess I'll come over here and try and stabilize. I guess it's what Adelard would do. He'll try and stabilize.
Okay. I need a DC 10 medicine check.
Okay.
That is a success. All right. With that, Onye is stable and no longer bleeding out. Onye will awake in 1 hour with 1 hit point.
Cool.
You can always wake him up with.
Wow, that could have gone a little bit worse if that guy had more health. Damn.
A little bit, but
We had it, guys.
all
got
of
lucky.
it ends well.
We got lucky, but
Moji
yeah.
does.
I guess I'll mute myself. I'm
Anything in the cave of note?
Is this an exit, like into a deeper part of the cave over here?
Nope. That is just maybe I haven't revealed enough. That is just more stone up there.
Okay.
Let's move Onye outside so he can recover and like go lean him up like against the cave wall over there.
Okay.
He's not like sitting in the poisonous dream.
Yeah.
Can you use some of your healing hit or whatever on Moji? He looks absolutely shreked.
Yeah, definitely. The next thing I'll do is go and do a healing kit. Let's see. So you get 6 plus 4 plus for level 1. You get a total of 10 HP.
Moji is back up to 11.
Does Adelward need any more?
I would, yeah, I'd appreciate that. I'm level 2, so it's 20 plus 2 on hand.
Can a healing kit be used on an unconscious creature?
Yep.
All right.
You're a trained healer, right? You have the healer feat.
Yep.
Yep. Okay, so you can spend 1 charge to bring an unconscious player up to 1 HP.
Sure, yeah. I'll definitely do that.
Okay. Excellent. You spend a charge. Whoa, you're in the darkness now. you spend a charge, and you bind up the wounds, get the smelling salts out, and Onye will come up to 1 HP.
Do you use one of me as well?
Did you want one?
Yes, please. Yeah.
All right, definitely. Let me roll for you. And you're level 2, so it's there we go. Total of 9.
All right.
Yeah, lots of fun.
Happy. Moji will begin cutting the tail, cutting the arms, cutting the head. He doesn't want to deal with this ever again. He doesn't know if it comes back alive. He's never seen it. He's not taking any chances.
I like it. Moji butchers the corpse, making sure that it's not going to come back to life and get him.
This isn't the same creature from the book, is it?
Oh, it looks very much like it, yeah.
All right, okay.
Mr. Cleric Man, you said that you're familiar with disease and whatnot.
Indeed.
If we touch this thing, are we gonna, get leprosy or whatever?
Let me consult my medical knowledge. Should I make a medicine check or something?
Sure, please do, yeah.
All right, 16.
Getting the chance to examine this creature, it appears that it has sacs, like almost venomous sacs in the back of its throat that good old Moji has been hacking up. And from these sacs, it can spill out a diseased poison, and it seems to match very similarly to the bile that you found inside those vines. And you think that it was being placed in the waters here, which has turned it into that kind of sickly green.
So if we let nature run its course and get the creature out of here, will the water eventually clean up over time? Does that seem likely?
Eventually, yeah.
All right. You know,
Do you
is it
have-
possible to keep to extract one of those sacks intact?
I don't think so. After
Alright.
after Moji got done butchering it, I think that the creature is well and truly.
Shame.
Moji
I had a
did
friend
look
who would have loved to have some of that.
Just bring it. Bring it up. Let's bring it in the caravan.
No,
Got a caravan?
I have a vial of the stuff. He might settle for that.
Moji will
to be
try
fair,
to bring
we might want to bring the head as evidence.
Yeah.
head,
Yeah.
the tail, the claws. Moji's like, this is trophy for Moji, all right? He's bringing it back. I don't care what you guys think.
Does anyone have any fabric that we can wrap this up in? I don't want it near the food.
I have hempen rope.
Yeah, I've got like a sack we could put it in.
There were
Yeah,
barrels
maybe a
outside we could have dumped water out
Yeah,
of.
put some.
Yeah.
Oh
That's true,
yeah, we could just do that.
Put some of it in barrels and
We'll
roll it back.
stuff it maybe in the rest of the alcohol barrel, so it will
Preserve it.
semi-sterilize
Right,
it.
you
Pickle it.
chop up this enormous creature and begin putting it in various barrels, and then lining them up on the back of your caravan.
Moji wants this head for himself.
Is there anything else like further into the cave over here? If we take a look.
Yeah, you push your way deeper into the westernmost portion of the cave.
Also he grabs the torch for them.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
As you do so, you see the rest of... Oops, wrong thing. Reveal areas. You see the rest of this cave. There are 2 corpses of wolves that have had the insides of them ripped out. They are on either side of this kind of area. And in a nest of bone, there are 3 large eggs, all of them about the size of yourselves, about 5 feet or so. Maybe you're a bit taller, but they're very large eggs. All of them have kind of a reddish growth, almost like a fungus across the edge of the shell of this egg.
Could we say that we'd short rested in this time? Is that okay?
You may take
all-
10 minutes right now in short rest. Absolutely. You see these things, you sit down, you're like, nope, we resting. You take 10 minutes, grab some water, bind up your wounds, and you may spend 1/2 of your hit dice pool rounded up to regain HP and regain our spells and class features tied to a short rest.
In the meantime, I don't need a short rest. Mortimer doesn't, at least. So he'd like to sort of inspect, kind of study the strange growth on the eggs.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna just. Can you not? I've seen Godzilla. I don't think you should be approaching those eggs, mate.
Seen
Alright,
Godzilla.
just-
All right. He can wait 10 minutes.
Yeah.
All right, you wait
how
10
many hit
minutes
points
for
do you have?
the rest of the party to rest up as well.
How do I
Which
use my
Godzilla?
hit dice? I'm sorry.
So if you are short of HP, you have a number of hit dice. In your case, you have 1 hit die because you're
Yeah.
level 1. So you would roll your hit die. I think it's a 12 for a barbarian.
I'll just roll it manually.
Plus your Constitution modifier. On your character sheet, in the top middle, I think it'll say AC, hit points, hit dice, right up there. You can click where it says hit die, and I think it should roll it for you.
Okay. Speed.
I thought you were at max though, weren't you?
I'm at 11 of
Okay.
14. I was going to do it just because.
Sure.
Figure it out. Or whatever. Doesn't matter. I'm fine. I have 11. I'll be good.
Yeah, I mean, you're guaranteed to get up to max, right? Because if you rolled a 1, you have +2 to con, so you can just put yourself at max and say that you've
Yeah.
rolled it.
Okay, sure. Yeah, that's right.
That works for me.
Alright.
All right.
Nice.
Well, now that people have gotten their health, Mortimer would like to inspect maybe from like a 10-foot distance.
I mean,
Try to get an understanding of whether these you said there's this red goopy growth on them. Does it look like they're
It's
supposed
not so
to
much
be?
goopy as if the shell has a fungus, right? Part of it has a rash, maybe. The egg has a rash.
Well, that's odd. So it looks like it's not supposed to be part of the egg.
I mean, yeah, probably not. I'm not an egg expert, but I don't think they commonly get rashes.
I'm gonna.
I mean, have you ever seen the egg of this thing? Who knows, right?
Right.
I'm going to
Okay,
turn to
interesting.
Moji and just be like, I think it's clobbering time. Let's
Sure.
let's
Moji
let's
doesn't
mess
care.
about.
Well, he tried to pick one up. Does anything?
One egg at a time, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, one
Moji
egg at
tries
a
to pick
time.
this first egg up and see if anything happens.
It's heavy. Give me a strength check.
Oh, you want Moji's
Gets
best
crushed
friend,
by
Nolan's
the egg.
man.
He's gonna stand back if he's gonna just go and pick it up. But you're just gonna.
Wait, strength
Moji,
save.
it takes all of your strength to lift this thing. You think you're just gonna heft it up, and you
He
think,
does.
oh, no problem, and suddenly you're straining and lifting and getting your legs into it, but eventually you pull this egg up off the bone nest it rests on.
Why are you picking it up, Moji? Are we taking it with us?
He might. Moji's thinking about it. Take one
That's-
back. Maybe we study it.
Seems like a terrible idea.
Moji's thinking if he has seen certain things, like when new things come up and they're dangerous, his father always told him like it's good to understand what these are and what their motivations are. If you could see it hatch, maybe see what happens when it hatch, what the likelihood is destroying the town or whatever. He killed one, so he could probably kill a baby. So he's not too concerned. But he did see how dangerous it was, and if like maybe he could train it. He has animal handling, so maybe he could become his pet. He doesn't know, but he's trying.
I'm more concerned about the
well,
disease it causes.
Yeah,
than
my
the thing.
papa told me 3 things. Right. Number 1, that star is in the north. Number 2, dinner's at 8 p.m. And number 3, when you see weird diseased eggs, you smash them with a hammer. So I'm gonna go with.
Yeah, all right,
gonna
he'll
go with
throw
that
it.
one.
He'll just chuck it on side. Then.
Chuck it against
If
the wall.
everybody's content, he's like, all right, screw it.
All
I
right,
tried. I wanted to
you
pet.
chuck the egg against the stone. It cracks, like it begins to leak that kind of clear membrane, like fluid out that you're used to seeing from eggs.
I do not let that shit touch me.
He's see how hard he does it.
It's
Very
not an
wiggly.
impressive throw, but it's enough.
Heavier than Moji expected.
Mm-hmm.
Use weapon, and he just starts breaking them.
Excellent.
I'll sacred flame the egg if
Yeah.
no one's in the space of the egg.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright.
I think we're just gonna go to the.
We're gonna make a sacred omelet there.
A sacred omelet. You smash them up one by one. Sacred flames, heavy axes, heavy hammers. You break them. Their shells are destroyed. The liquid inside spills out. The yolk is smashed. Everything about it is
Good.
destroyed.
No baby bugs.
They're not advanced enough for them to have developed embryos.
Good. All right.
So you just mostly smash the like almost like a farm egg of like rancidness.
Returns to Onya and says, "It's good that we came here when we did, Onya. I know that that you've got a long way to go in your adventuring career, but if we
This
had
from the guy who runs all the time? Anyway.
look, all right,
I may have been cautious about coming in here, but once I was in here, I died, by the way, to try to help my friends.
all right, and we healed you. You're fine. You didn't die. You just
Well, I
got
appreciate that, the help. That's very true.
Moji, just one last check within here to see if there's any like weapons or gold or
there, like
treasure.
any treasure in there. Or something?
Yeah, we're probably
Inside
gonna.
the cave that you have explored, there is nothing.
Yeah. Nothing within the bones either. Okay,
If we
cool.
like peek into here.
Oh,
After that-
you're gonna go to the southeast and examine this opening. Yes.
I didn't see that. Yeah.
Ready for another
You
fight.
look in here and you find grotesque piles of bone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Numbering in the hundreds or even thousands. They
I guess we're
piled
diving
up
to see if we can find a boot or
and
two.
picked clean.
Yeah.
There.
Okay, yeah, I am very
Moji's
glad
gross,
that we
but he's
came
looking
here.
around.
Does it look like this was like the home of a different creature or the same one?
You probably can think that this looks something like the same one.
Just look like
Emoji seems unperturbed by the piles of bones and is beginning to like go through them all. Emoji, give me an investigation check, DC 12.
Moji's greatest asset. You said investigation, right?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, I did.
I'll guidance you.
Cool.
It's an
Roll a
8.
d4.
Guidance is a d4, I believe. Yeah.
Oh, slash off.
Am I still protected from evil?
11.
Did someone give me advantage, please? Maybe.
Too late.
Okay.
Unfortunately, you are unable to find much. There's just piles of bones in here.
Ugh.
I think Mortimer is going to come up and start sifting through as well.
Yeah, I was gonna start on this section.
Okay. It sounds like you're doing more than observing and looking. It sounds like you're just going through the piles of bones.
I was gonna start. I was gonna take a bone. I actually was thinking of burying them and just going bone by bone by bone. That way we don't leave anything behind, and we can like maybe bury them in a mass grave, like
It'd
over
be
here
bad
or
if
something.
it'd be bad if those skeletons all came to life like they're doing towards Timbervale.
Okay,
And I,
you can attempt to start burying them bone by bone. You quickly realize that is an enormous effort. There are so many of these creatures here. Pulling them out of this cave is going to cost you time in your journey. If you would like to bury each and every one of these.
Maybe we do another big pyre,
Yeah.
just with all of them at
thinking
the
that,
heart of it.
yeah.
I guess we could do a pyre inside here somehow or something. Sure.
Yeah, just get loads of wood from the surrounding area.
It'd be good if we find any valuables though.
All right, Mortimer,
Yes, so
you dive into these bones and start swimming through looking for valuables.
Scrooge McDuck.
I want you to do one of two things for me. I either want you to give me an investigation check, or I want you to take wounds, and we'll just give you an auto critical success. What would you like?
Take the wound.
Yeah. You think that'll?
I'm
A
kidding.
wound is what? I roll one of my hit dice and subtract it, and it doesn't recover until I get back and get a long rest.
It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't recover until you rest a full rest in a safe and hospitable environment.
You don't get hit anyway. Just
Oh yeah, I'm sure there's not going to be any further trouble. I'll take the wound for you guys.
All right, I want you to take 2 wounds for me as you swim through these bones.
oh no.
Go ahead and roll, or take the average of your hit die twice.
Nice. Ooh.
All right.
All right.
You will lower your maximum HP by. You're adding your Constitution to those.
Oh, okay.
So you will lower your maximum HP by 9
Gotcha.
until you have a chance to address your wounds. But as you swim through here, you will find a number of things. The first thing that you find is a nice set of mail armor. Or not mail, plate armor. It is a mechanically half plate. It is a blue steel, like the actual steel itself reflects blue, and it is inscribed with strokes of lightning through the metal.
So you said it is heavy armor, but it acts as half plate? Is that what
It
you
is
said?
half plate. It is mechanically half plate.
Yeah, then emoji. Emoji, you should put it on.
You also find a ring attached to one of the skeletal hands. The ring itself is made of a hollowed out die, as if it were like a D6 oversized. There's a hole through the center of it, and it is on a face that allows it to spin around the band of the ring.
Interesting. I think Mortimer will definitely put on the half plate, and he'll just hand off the ring to one of you guys.
Okay. Excuse me. You will also find amongst here a hat with a feather attached to it that is in pristine condition and is of impeccable quality, despite having been laid here in these gross bones for so long.
Do my man. A fine hat for a fine man.
Oh, you put on the hat.
My man, Mortimer. Do you have any way of detecting whether or not these items, or maybe these bones in general, are evil in some way?
I think it's likely that these are the bones of creatures that were killed by whatever that thing just was.
But it may have imbued upon them some form of curse or what have
On
you.
our next trust, I shall determine the magic and holy or unholy nature.
Okay.
I have not the ability right now.
Okay.
The other thing that you find is a wand. It is made of wood, almost like curled and grown together. It has sprouting green leaves on it and like the bud of a purple flower at its tip.
Interesting.
That is the items that you find buried in the bone for your efforts.
The half plate, the ring, the hat, and the wand,
Mm-hmm.
and then the ring of dark vision we got from one of the thugs, right?
Yeah.
Was there any gold or coins at all?
No.
Interesting. All
Well,
right.
you're trying to flick the water and see if you can do anything with it. Just checking it out.
Do not worry, friends. I shall identify them as best I can, or at least determine their magical nature.
Good. Let's go.
Yeah.
Be sure to
see,
return
that's
to our travels.
Yes.
Yeah, we might as well take off.
Yeah.
And we'll just I don't know, chop some trees down and put them around the pile and just burn it all in one.
If
Yeah,
no one else
yeah,
is wearing the
trees.
spare ring, I guess I'll wear it for the way back, just in case it helps me.
Sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
go for it.
I'll put the hat on.
Okay.
I have the hat.
As you place the hat on, give me a wisdom saving throw, DC 16.
Damn and blast.
It's a dunce's hat, bro. No.
Do I show off my inspiration from? Because I use the inspiration to roll on my
Yeah, you still have it.
guide thing. Like, did I gain it when I succeeded?
Yes.
Right.
On the way back. Yeah. Okay.
Go for it.
Nah, you didn't even need it.
Excellent. As you place the hat on your head, you are cursed. And for succeeding, you are cursed with a vision. This is now the Hat of Vision. When you put this on, you cannot take it off unless you are targeted by Remove Curse. While under the effect of this curse, you see an aura around other cursed items. You can be attuned to an additional 3 cursed items, and you regain 1 hit point at the end of each round of combat for each attuned cursed item that you have.
Interesting.
That is interesting.
Holy cow. Are any of the other items that we've just grabbed cursed?
I put the ring on.
You look at the items and they are not cursed.
Alright.
Everybody put something on, I thought, so we would have found out.
Well, who knows? It might activate later.
It might activate when we get hit or something, so we don't know.
Perhaps.
The plate mail didn't do anything on a singer.
Not when you placed it on, no.
Yeah. So, and the die didn't do any. The ring die didn't.
None
do
of
anything
the equipment as soon as you placed it on
Cool.
had any effect. No.
Make sure to do last rites, and we burn all. Get some
True.
wood in there and set fire to all the. Cleanse it.
All right. You continue on, leaving this strange ruin behind. You finish your day's travel back towards the forest proper. Nightfall comes and goes, and eventually you make your way into the next day. I'm going to, since we're past our time and you have hit all of your benchmarks, I'm just going to mass roll for encounters here. And if
Okay.
you don't have any, we will just make our way back to Rhymeview here.
Cool.
3, a 6, and a 6. There are no encounters for the next 3 days. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Timbervale. And no, you are safely returned to Rhyme View. Your journey is long and tiring. Eventually, the storms begin to subside, and you have made it back to town with grand adventures and stories to tell.
I think
Awesome.
that we definitely, like, when we return to Davenport, that's his name, right?
Yeah,
Davenport.
We definitely, like, mention what all happened with us being assaulted and what we learned from the Queen about the organization. And if one of you will, I know Moji, you wanted a trophy, but if you'll lend like a claw or the tail or the head, we'd ask him to like send it off on his next shipment to the Queen with the page torn out of the book showing the creature's description.
Sure.
And just mention, saying we completed the Majesty's request.
Mm-hmm. And also, Moji will note and say he wants Davenport to write for him in honor of my queen, and then make sure that Moji cares.
He will definitely do this for you. Yeah, no problem, Moji.
You're also gonna tell him about old dwarf weaponry and all that, whatever it is.
He will.
You gotta advertise.
Oh, yeah, I'll tell him about dwarfies. Like, spread the word. Dwarfies. Yeah. This axe saved us. Get it from dwarfies.
Excellent. And with that, we will wrap up our session. I'm going to add up a bunch of XP for you all, figure out this gold, and we will sort out the magic items and mundane ones that you have recovered when I'm done with that. Cool. While I'm adding that up, I'm going to turn the floor over to you all. If you have any shout-outs you want to make, let people know where they can find you, that kind of thing. Now would be an awesome time to do it. So the floor is yours, and I'm going to do some math.
Math.
Well, thanks for convincing me to go do that, dragging me down there. I was totally worried about it, and I did die. So, I was worried for a reason. But it was fun.
Yeah, but we got a cool hat, and at the end of the day, that's all that matters.
Maybe you'll even get to level 3.
Yeah, I was gonna say I didn't want to eat at the time, but I was gonna talk to Davenport and compare hats and make fun of him.
Compare hats.
Wow! Don't say that to your employer.
Yeah.
Well, I'm paid now.
Yeah. As far as shoutouts go, Vessel 43. I technically stream, but you wouldn't know it by my channel. I almost never do, but I intend to at some point. But I've been so busy without stuff, and I'm really happy. This is my first time doing 5e, and I only started playing 2e a few months ago, and I've only had like 9 sessions, so I'm having fun. Love the Koi Boot campaigns. Love Greg. He's one of my favorite people on the channel. Super happy to play it. And if anybody really is considering should I play? Should I hop in? Dude, it's super fun. It's super great. Greg's great to deal with. He really makes it easy for you to understand stuff, and he's really descriptive, and it helps me get into the game and stuff like that. So yeah, guys, check it out. You could check out some of the stuff I've played in. I'm playing a dwarf at 2e campaign on twitch.tv/Aironic, AIROINIC. I play with a few other people who also have been on here, and it's kind of fun. It's fun. We're having fun there. So we haven't played in a while because of family stuff and whatnot, but if you want to check it out, feel free. I might stream at some point in the future. Who knows? But I like you guys. Everybody in the comments are always fun. Here, the Koi Boo campaigns and Green Zerg's Discord, everybody's always nice and super chill. So love you guys' input. Love you guys' everything. So
awesome.
Thanks for having me.
Well, thank you much. I appreciate it.
That guy's nuts.
Okay.
Are you watching Hardcore Heroes at the moment then?
I finished Hardcore Heroes. Right now I'm going through an older campaign. You guys ever see Devotion?
That's my favorite. That's literally my favorite campaign Neil's ever done.
It's the love story between the elves and the humans, and it's just a mess, but it's so good.
Oh, I don't think I've heard that one. I'll have to look that up. I haven't watched Koi Boo in a while since I went through a lot of his stuff that I liked.
Yeah.
I think my favorite...
If you guys are ready, I have some XP and some gold to hand out for you all. So, for your adventures today, I want each of you to take home 463 experience points each.
Heck yeah.
Yeah. Well
Level
done.
3, baby.
Level 2, I think. Yeah.
Excellent. Well done. I want each of you as well to take home 26 gold pieces each.
Sorry, how much XP was it again?
463.
463.
Yeah, and 26 GP.
36.
Before I get into the magic items, I want to know what you're intending to do with the rest of your armor and crossbows and stuff that you have looted. Does anybody want those more than the others? Do you want to split them up? Like, because you can't sell them and turn them into cash yet with your reputation. So we kind of have these things that aren't really magical loot, but it would belong on somebody's sheet probably if you wanted to keep them.
Yeah, we split them up, and then hopefully eventually some of us can sell them.
Sure.
Moji might feel like he got the axe, so his portion might be divvied away to you guys. If you guys feel intent of splitting up by 4, sure.
I guess you did take some of the stuff. That's right.
Yeah.
I almost
So
forgot.
you guys can take the rest of the mundane if you want.
All right.
Alright.
With that being the case, each of you take 3 longswords. Each of you will take 1 crossbow, and I'm going to take 1. I want each of you to take hardened thug armor. So that is the AC 12 with up to +3 dex. And it counts as leather armor, it's just better. And then you traded in some of the black armor, so I want each of you to take 3 sets of black hammer crest armor.
Is that heavy?
It counts as heavy armor. It is AC 16, maximum 2 dex.
Okay.
AC 16 plus dex, so I think that's better than my current armor then.
Excellent. So
How much does that weigh?
The black crest, it weighs 55 pounds.
Thank you very much.
Alright. And the hardened thug weighs how much?
Same as leather. It's just that.
Gotcha.
It's just
Alright.
it's a leather armor. It's just a strict improvement.
Now we're now all the
55
Hammercrest family.
Alrighty.
Did you get the mace as
Excellent.
well?
So that brings us to some magic items. The first item that you received was the Moonlit Ring. It grants you extended dark vision on top of any you may already have, as well as it once per day will allow you access to true sight as long as you can sacrifice to it enough blood to equal 1 hit dice of your health.
If you take a wound.
You take a wound in order to activate true sight, but the ring will grant it to you for up to 1 minute once per day.
I'm pretty conservative with that kind of stuff, so someone else might want it.
Moji would take that if no one else wants it.
Sorry, I was typing in the armor and stuff. Wait, what item are we divvying up?
Moonlit
You
Ring.
get,
The-
you get
no, I-
dark
I-
vision. And the,
Yeah, I don't have dark vision. I would like to roll for that.
Same.
If you guys want to roll for it, Moji will just give it. He doesn't care.
Okay, sounds like we're going to have a roll-off between Onye and Mortimer. Go ahead and roll me D100s. Highest takes it.
Alright.
All right. Mortimer, you will have the Moonlit Ring. The next item that you found is a half plate of the Thunder God. While wearing this, you have AC as if it were half plate. There is no AC bonus. But when you are hit by a melee attack or a ranged attack within 30 feet of yourself, it will react with a retributive lightning attack. The creature that hits you will have to make a DC 15 dexterity saving throw, or take 2d8 lightning damage, half of which on a successful save.
That's not bad.
Can you rage with half plate as a barbarian?
You can go
I
medium
don't
with
think there's
You-
restrictions on armor and raging, is there?
It's
You
restricted
you
your
get the heavy-
defense.
it's only heavy armor. You can
never-
wear
you no longer
light or
use-
medium armor.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You
Yeah.
no longer have to. Never mind. I don't have.
I don't
Yeah.
rely on con anymore, but that's better than
Yeah.
my AC.
No. Yeah, there's a barbarian in my party. It's
Yeah,
light
con,
armor.
yes, you're
It's just you get everything if you wear.
I will
medium armor,
take
it's
it
fine.
if we can have it. But
All
again,
right,
if
sounds
you
like
want it-
Moji wants it.
I will
Anybody
roll
else?
for that too. I'd like
Yeah,
to
I'll-
maybe. It's good armor.
Sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll
So
roll
3
for it too.
All right, sounds like we're getting 3 roll-offs here. Onye and Mortimer and Moji. D100's highest takes it. 62 looks like the number to beat.
Moji,
Moji,
good
that
job.
is your half plate of the Thunder God.
Yay!
The next item that you found was the Gambler's Ring. This is a special ring in the shape of a die that you must spin on your finger to activate it. This only effect happens when you roll the ring. You may roll the ring a random number of times per day, determined at dawn by a roll of 2d6. Each time you roll the ring, it has 6 potential results. When you roll the ring, the Venter's Gamble, or no, not the Venter's Gamble, the Gambler's Ring will give you 2 results, the one on the top and the one on the bottom. The result is going to be the top, a resistance that you now have, being force, acid, cold, fire, lightning, and poison. And the bottom of that same die at the bottom of your ring is going to be a vulnerability. Also force, acid, cold, fire, lightning, and poison. So each time you roll the ring, you will gain 1 resistance and you will gain 1 vulnerability.
Interesting. I'll pass.
How frequently, like how much of a gap do you have to leave between each spin?
Every time you roll the ring, up to a maximum time determined at dawn each day,
How long does the effect last every time you roll it?
till you roll it again.
Oh, interesting.
I'll go for that.
Me too. I'll try.
Moji got the plates, half plate, so he'll bow out of this one.
All right, sounds like Edelward and Onye. Go ahead and give me 100s here. Onye,
actually-
you have the Gambler's Ring. It is yours.
It was a gamble.
It was. Edelward, you are cursed. The feather hat of vision is on your head, and you cannot take it off until you get a remove curse item. As a reminder,
Just
or
cut
a
your
remove
head
curse
off.
spell. As a reminder, by passing the wisdom save, you got the beneficial side of the curse, meaning that you now see auras around cursed items. It grants you vision of cursed items. And if you attune to additional cursed items, in addition to the hat, you will regain +1 hit point at the end of each round of combat for each cursed item that you have attuned.
There are worse things to be cursed with.
There are worse
So,
things.
Yeah. So that one is yours. The final thing that we have is a life spring wand. This wand is a simple wand that requires attunement. When you use the wand as a spellcasting focus, you expend a spell slot, you will regain 1d4 hit points for casting that spell.
Definitely want to roll for that.
When you cast a healing spell or any spell.
Any spell.
And when you expend a spell slot, so if you cast a ritual or something that doesn't expend a spell slot for some reason, the
It's all
effect
roll.
wouldn't work. But if you use the wand and cast a spell that consumes a spell slot, you will gain d4 HP.
Shall we roll?
Shall we roll?
All right.
Sounds like
Go for
Mortimer
it.
and Onye. Anybody else?
I got a 10.
No spells for me.
All right, Mortimer, that is your life spring wand then.
I rolled 2
wonder-
10s. Does that mean I get anything?
Hey, you got a gambler's ring.
I,
Alrighty. So, With the items distributed and experience earned, there's only one last thing. I want each of you to mark plus 10 reputation with the Whitewater Merchants League. I also want you to mark plus 5 reputation with Shallow Rest, more specifically Queen Shadra. And you will also lose 5 reputation with the Midnight Consortium.
I don't give a fudge about what they.
The 5, do you say?
Yep. So 10 for the Whitewater, 10 for Queen Shadra, and minus 5 for the Midnight Consortium.
It's opposite of my last character.
All right.
Cool.
With that, our session has come to an end. Thank you so much for playing with me. I had a good time. Twitch chat, I hope you enjoyed this as well. We'll be doing another one of these in a week. Next Saturday, we've got one. Hopefully, I will get some more variety streams as well during the week. I've been trying to make sure that that happens and not been doing a great job of it. So hope to see you for that. If not, have a great rest of your day, your night, your week, whatever's still do catch you again. And we'll see you next time. Peace, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.